already have the idea in my mind. Existence must be necessary to the idea.
Advanced simplicity takes hold. You'll find the truth from things of old.
I have an idea in my mind. I have an idea in my mind that a triangle exists. The idea in my mind. But the angles of a triangle do not add up to 180 degrees. Think about it. I have an idea in my mind that a triangle exists. But the angles of a triangle do not add up to 180 degrees. What's the conclusion?
We are on the road, suspending judgment until the truth is known.
Think about it.
You will find peace within, in the midst of all these troubled souls.
I have an idea in my mind. What's the conclusion? You don't know what a triangle is. Or you're flat out contradicting yourself.
Advanced simplicity takes hold.
You're flat out contradicting
You'll
yourself.
find the truth from things of old.
You don't know what a triangle is. Or you're flat out contradicting yourself. Just as it is necessary for a triangle to have 180 degrees. What's the conclusion? You don't know what a triangle is. Or you're flat out contradicting yourself. Think about it. It is necessary for a triangle to have 180 degrees. That is a necessary property of triangularity, triangleness.
Are on the road, suspending judgment until the truth is known.
Think about it.
You will find peace within, in the midst of all these troubled souls.
Therefore, the fool is in a self-contradiction. He violates the principle of non-contradiction.
There's no end game in mind.
Therefore, the fool
It's only the truth that we seek to find.
violates the principle of non-contradiction.
There's no end game in mind.
The fool,
It's only the truth that we seek to find.
therefore, the fool is in a self-contradiction. He violates the principle of non-contradiction. He simultaneously says, I have an idea of God, and then I don't have an idea of God.
Everyone must see it for themselves. The truth is there for you to find.
Think about it.
And we are live. Welcome everyone. It is Free for All Friday, so come on into Discord. It's been massively busy, so let's have a talk about what's gone on this week. I've not really had much chance to have a chat with people about stuff, but I think there are few people are a bit. I did do a GIF. Got a gift going. You want to see that? It'll be a gift to share out with everyone. It's in the Discord. Hopefully. There you go. Shows the P1000 zoom capabilities. 6 miles away. Yes, there was. Mike, I haven't even got a chance to do the video. Did you all learn from... Brad Wagner wants to know what everybody learned about going to Bedford.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, or evening even.
Brad, I'd say we learned that there is at least one Discord channel that does go to Bedford and give live broadcasts for cameras and stuff. At least one, I think. That's what we learned. I don't know if any other Discord channels are doing that sort of stuff. I don't know what anybody else learned. I was there in Bedford. You know, like the GIF at the minute there, that. It's that's the one that Blood's Thicker filmed. There you go. There you go, Brad. Are you happy with that? It's a good job. I mean, Rumpus has been keeping hold of this stuff for 2 years, and he's still not shown anybody it. Why would he be doing that? I can't imagine why he did that. Just a bit of video editing skills. Yeah, Brad, if you want us to teach Rumpus how to broadcast live to Discord, we can just get him to come in. We'll teach him. Yeah.
I have a more important question for Brad. What does he think of the new Buster song?
I don't know. What do you reckon, Brad? Rumpus needs a production team. I don't think he does.
Bev, you had a production team.
I am the production team.
Yeah. It might only be like 1 or 2 people, but
Yeah. Buster rocks. I was hoping by now we'd have had at least a one Wally profile of this elevation profile of Bedford. I've learned loads. I mean, there's loads of stuff I can go back there and do again. But people have to, you have to imagine what you imagine and be able to vocalize it. Otherwise, I mean, what are you seeing in the picture? What is it? What do you imagine you're seeing? It's the bridge 6 miles away. Some fantastic shots with the P1000. I mean, people were telling us they're really bad cameras, but look at that. Look at it. 6 miles away, that bridge. See, but somebody stood on it. You watch cars go behind it. 6 miles away. It's a good advertisement for a P1000. And for us learning when's the best time of day to go and do it. Can't imagine what Rumpus would be doing. Even what his idea was. It's a shame he can't come and talk about it. People get bored of listening to people like Rumpus because he's all they've got. I have had a few conversations. I gotta get those things out. Let me just. Over here in the agents. This is FE Dogma. FE Dogma says, I say, horizontal is a straight line or plane with zero slope in any direction. And FE Dogma says, I thought you took a surveying class. Horizontal is perpendicular to the vertical at the position of the auto level, but yes. But yes, this line is a straight line that extends out from that position. Of course, a level line of equal elevation curves down from the horizontal. But over a short distance, this is quite difficult to measure. This is why your photos of Blackpool Tower are so nice, because over long distances, this drop is very easy to measure as shown in your photos. And I say,
with the ruler.
yeah, I say, you don't measure by putting rulers on a picture, do you? And he says, if the actual or angular size of objects in the photo are known, then yes, you can use a scale ruler to represent those sizes in the photo. So Ruhif has taught him well, the opposite side angle. The opposite side to the angle can have a ruler placed there in the picture.
This is new scientific method.
It's the Blue Marble armchair surveyors, I'm calling it. They can find pictures on the internet and then put a ruler on them and do some sort of calculations and come up with Tis Globe. I'm sure they can sort themselves out with one for Bedford. Hopefully, anyway. I'm hoping they can. We've got all of the material they could possibly need. Yeah, we want to calculate an elevation profile of Bedford. Should be quite easy. I've got some comment over there. Tartaria. Realm says over there. He's left the server, sadly, but he is commenting. He says, what is the drop in inches per mile if it says to be 8 centimeters per kilometer? I don't know. Anybody calculate a different one? I think that's one for the Globers, that, isn't it? Can you calculate?
Yeah, you say calculate.
Yeah.
So that's definitely globe.
Well, I'm waiting for Wally. Hopefully Wally can come to the rescue and give us an elevation profile. Because he did one for Jesse Gordon. Solving Jesse Gordon's. Oh, Brad's done a thing. That's not. Go back to the live chat. It's not. That's not got rumpus on it. That was the one that I need. You need to get to do the rumpus one, Brad. Where do you imagine that the centre bit is? Because that's not what rumpus is done, is he? Brad. It should come in. I know it gets difficult when you keep seeing that and people keep posting those sort of things. Is that what you think Rumpus will be doing? Brad. I I think you think it is, don't you? You think Rumpus is going for the hump, but Rumpus is going for the full nutsack drop, Brad. That's not in either of those pictures that you've drawn. We need to update that meme. Free for all Friday, and we're talking to Brad Wagner in the chat over something that debunks what Rumpus was going to do. Well done, Brad.
Hey, that's Brad, the science guy, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, FPV says the top image is wrong. Yeah, no, that's the whole point of all of this. We've been saying.
Well, because the top is not horizontal. This telescope is not horizontal.
How do you know? He just imagines there's a hump. Like the water level is still equal. It just goes higher in the center. Each end. That's just an imagined hump in the middle. As far as I can see.
Yes, maybe I would express this more clearly. This telescope is not horizontal at a point in a globe dogmatic model. So that's the problem. Because if it were, it would shoot this upper dot, like in the bottom part of this picture. So that's the trick here. They are wrongly depicting their own model in the upper part.
Well, I mean, when they say wrongly, I mean, George and Jesse Gordon have both seen images above the crosshairs. So that would be that top image, right? Where it actually goes up in between. Even Blue Marble has it. A hump in Lake Pontchartrain. Wallace has done it in Bedford. I mean, who's gonna go against Wallace and the hump? And Blue Marble's got the hump. I always thought Rumpus was a bit, brave. He's like, it was, nobody's ever imagined going to measure the full quadratic, right? Because you get to measure a lot more if you go for the full quadratic drop, don't you? Normally in the past, it's just a halfway at midpoint. It is a rise, not a drop.
Yes, correct. Rise.
See there, yeah, Mobius has just put one in the chat there. Even Blue Marble goes for the hump, the rise in the middle. So the middle would be horizontal, right? At least that line all the way across, according to Blue Marble, it would be horizontal, at least. Any line, I guess. The one that goes from A to C, I think. That's the one where it goes higher. I don't know whether Rumpus has ever actually had a word with you, Brad, but Rumpus is going for the drop. The full nutsack drop. The full. Like, not the rise in the middle, not the hump. The drop. I know it's hard to imagine that you have to imagine a drop being a hump, but it has to happen in both directions too. At least they've got Brad to be able to come out and speak about this. Jesse's done a Jesse Kozlowski. The main surveyor's done a Jesse Kozlowski too. George, well, God rest his soul. He's done the eternal Jesse Kozlowski. God rest his soul. So yeah, I don't think there's anybody else, to be honest. I don't think they have anybody else. And even Brad can't come in and talk about it. Yeah, I know that you were showing us the old, you know, the traditional one, but Rumpus has gone far more Uber Bedford. Because that's what George said he did. Went looking for the drop. It's great when you can use mathematics to your advantage. Use a quadratic formula. Despite it being impossible in reality, it does help you find more drop than the raise. Thanks, Brad. A, B, and C are all vertical like a testicle, which is a different sort of vertical. Brad named this one quite a bit ago.
So there are divergent verticals, not normal verticals as in old picture. So that's the difference.
Yeah.
That means that this telescope would shoot normally the higher dot.
Yeah, you can't have a horizontal going upwards, though, can you?
Yes, of course. I'm just saying that this picture is inconsistent with their model. So at least my request is to depict their model as precisely as possible.
I don't think you can do that.
Maybe not. So let them stop doing that.
You did draw it in biro. I mean, did draw it in biro and label it a vertical like a testicle. Genius touch. I think it's because Page's proof came out, right? And he obviously knew that he couldn't call it vertical because everybody knows that vertical is perpendicular to horizontal. Well, these verticals aren't. There's at least 2 horizontals in the picture that he's drawn that aren't perpendicular to the vertical that he's got. So that's why he's labelled it vertical like a testicle. But they did it years ago, right? And then now people like Brad can say, oh, well, you've been told loads of times. Because Brad thinks showing this picture's telling you how it works. And Blue Marble's drawn the one where you have 3 different horizontals. I'm pretty sure that that's one of the model afflictions. people placing the model on the wrong side of their logical statements. It's a Starcoder. Yeah, Starcoder with the X. Everyone see that? Starcoder.
I just seen your GIF, Bev.
Mm-hmm.
That's a good GIF. I like it.
Brad's drawn us a picture there. How far above that crosshair would you say? It is above that sighting thing on the other side. Although we all know that putting a camera on the end of an auto level messes it up. You say 4 or 5 inches. I'd say more like a foot. That's half a mile that across that lake. So how much drop do you reckon there should be at half a mile? Like 2 inches. Don't forget, you have to go to the center of the target. Target's about 8 inches, isn't it? A sighting target's like an 8-inch square, and that looks like it's above it. And that's Jesse Kozlowski, one of his first things he ever did. Brad loves Jesse Kozlowski, even though he's done a Jesse Kozlowski and left him just to have pictures that he's took through a theodolite. You can tell it's a theodolite because it's got a split pin at the bottom. It's got parallel vertical crosshairs at the bottom. Even though that's impossible, right? Even the fact that you're saying that isn't possible on the model that you're using it, but they put them on there anyway, just so you can, I don't know, just to trigger them, I think. Yeah, Brad, can you just confirm that you've seen Rumpus's footage? I can remember when Brad was thinking of wanting to do a water level test for himself. And he went looking for Slice Barcane. He didn't help him at all. He had no help. Even though Slice Barcane's got all of that equipment and the tools that got paid for. Right, so if anybody's got anything you want to talk about, get it in the chat. Come in Discord. It's free for all Friday. I haven't really had that much chance to go over some of this footage from Bedford. And I don't really know what to do.
I posted a video this morning from the Word on Fire Institute.
I know, we saw that.
They're all great lectures. I've been on a kick of them.
It's a good topic, isn't it? Philosophy. It's much more inspiring, that sort of thing. Gets your brain more active than sat in Gem Panda's server listening to those conversations. So I don't blame you.
No, it's funny you say that because I actually went into Gems a couple days ago and I lasted about 30 seconds. I'm like, I gotta get out of here. This place is nuts.
Did they talk to you? Did they spot you? Or what did you get?
No, I just listened for like 30 seconds. I'm like, I gotta go. Go and listen to some Buster music.
I've tried to talk to all of those people about these basic concepts about in reality, surveying concepts. And yeah. Equipotential angle of adjustment. They won't even acknowledge it. That's how far behind they are.
Yeah, because it's probably not in wiki. Like the equipotential angle of adjustment, it's not a wiki topic, so they know nothing about it.
Well, it's been I think it's been manufactured, and I don't even know whether they're aware of them manufacturing it. Yeah, it is a shame that water people can't see the simplicity that's in it, the advanced simplicity. I've been trying to go over this Bedford level. You've got on top of the bridge at one end, you've got A. And if you've got a bridge on the other end, B. And then you've got a perpendicular at A and a perpendicular at B. It's what you imagine. What do you imagine the water doing? The shortest distance from A to B, would you say that's a horizontal distance? In reality, you know, across the land. I'm trying to think it whether we can I get a drawing? Let me have a look. See whether I can do a Brad-like drawing. Oh. Right. Right, so you've got a bridge. How would you do that? Just got a tripod, right? Yeah, a tripod. Let's have a tripod there. And we'll call that one A. Then we'll have another one over here. And we'll call that one B. Now we can measure that height above the water. And we can measure that height above the water. And if we both say that they're both equal, water there. Right, I'm gonna do a picture here and we'll see what people can make of it. Oh, it's Turn it round. Right. Coming in the live chat. I've been thinking about this. I thought, go over this with you guys. Right, you've got an auto level at A and an auto level at B. And we can measure them. Let's say pretend, right, they're on bridges. Let's say somebody's stupid enough to go to a bridge and just place an auto level on a bridge. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to measure to the water. We're going to assume that it's the same body of water underneath both of these auto levels on bridges. And we're going to say that that measurement is equal. It's the same measurement for use of making a mind map for us to go over with. So if that's your scenario from A to B, right, now this is an auto level, and the auto level at A is going to be establishing a horizontal, and the auto level at B is also going to be establishing a horizontal. That means at the point where A is, there is a perpendicular, vertical and horizontal, and then where you've got B is, there's a, I suppose I could do that, couldn't we? Put a perpendicular at A. And that one there is perpendicular. Right, now. What are we doing with that? Where can we go mentally with this picture? Are you going to say, how do you imagine the perpendicular at A and the perpendicular at B in relation to each other? Well, let's say from A to B, there is a shortest line distance. Point A, point B, shortest distance from there to there. So that would have to be a straight line, the shortest distance.
At least for me.
Right, now at that that straight line would have perpendiculars being able to be placed. Now, would those perpendiculars coincide with the horizontal? Or would the line from A to B coincide with the horizontal established at A and the horizontal established at B?
Yeah, it would be the same horizontal, possibly, if these auto levels are on the same elevation.
Equal. The shortest distance from A to B would be the same straight line as you could establish a perpendicular at A and a perpendicular at B. Because the shortest distance in reality has to be a horizontal. Otherwise, you would be making a right angle triangle, right? You would be having the hypotenuse as the longer distance if it's not horizontal, right?
Yes. That would be not long leg in a right angle triangle, but hypotenuse. So, or even not just side, because this would be not a right angle triangle. So that would be isosceles triangle.
Well, we're not talking about actually looking through the auto level, because we're just hypothetically imagining. I've got the question being, would the shortest distance between A and B be horizontal? Can anyone else think of a better question than that?
For me, answer is obvious, but I don't know about Brad, what he would say.
Check this out. I haven't put a distance on here because I'm not too sure. I keep doing that, Brad. Would the theodolite be? Would the theodolite be? Would the auto level, the crosshairs show the horizontal step? A would be the theodolite. B would be the auto level. Crosshairs show the horizontal established at A. I don't know. What would you call the shortest distance between A and B then?
For me, it would be horizontal, obviously.
Well, I've always said that all shortest distances measured are horizontal. That's why all elevation profiles show horizontals as being parallel. You call it the line of sight. But that's really interesting because I don't think that the line of sight is actually horizontal once you get over distance. I think perspective error.
It may be horizontal, but it is not necessary, because line of sight is just the point where you are looking at. So it can be anything, not only horizontal, any direction.
Yeah, but Brad's sort of looking at the optics through somebody else's auto level, and they've took a picture through the crosshairs, through the tool. If they've even said, this isn't surveying, I don't think I'll go and have a look for that.
Well, it goes beyond that too, because Brad only has horizontal at point A or point B or point C. He doesn't have a horizontal between A and B or B and C or A and C. So if he can't determine horizontal from point to point, then he can't determine a drop because he has no reference. He has no reference to measure drop from.
I know Jesse Kozlowski isn't a real surveyor and all of that, but he is one of your gods, I know, Brad. one of the shadow giants, at least. Maybe not one of the gods, it's a bit much. But they're in his own thing. He could just call himself a surveyor. So I suppose on as far as the internet's concerned, Jesse Kozlowski calls himself a surveyor. And he says, note, taking photographs through surveying instrument telescopes is not standard surveying practice and is not to be confused with making surveying measurements using those instruments. These pictures were taken only to share the view as observed through the instrument telescope. Now, we've been saying the same thing, and I'm hoping people are eventually going to listen to it, right? But unfortunately, there's people like Brad out there that disregard this and think they can actually put a ruler on a picture. Jesse Kozlowski's taken. Or anybody else, right? Any picture that they've found on the internet. Jesse Jesse said that the water level drops. It's a measured drop. Measured drop, Blue. Jesse is not a surveyor. I'll get the clip for you, just in case. Oh, it takes a while for me thing to warm up. Jesse, what was it Jesse said? Oh yeah, it's measurable. Wait a minute, let me get there. There you go. In the live chat, 9 seconds.
The level surface drops down from the horizontal plane at a rate of 8 inches times the distance in miles squared.
There you go. So if anybody wants to know who started all of this, that's the guy, Jesse Kozlowski. Get the, oh yeah, it's measurable as well. Do you want to hear that? Oh yeah, it's measurable. It's a pity nobody can. Calculatable. There we go. Oh yeah, it's measurable.
Oh yeah, it's measurable.
I think he even asked me if I'd ever measured it. There we go. Level 1.
You can measure this. Have you tried measuring this?
There you go. Have you? Has anybody tried measuring this? I mean, Jesse Kozlowski says you can. Listen to him.
The level surface drops down from the horizontal plane at a rate of 8 inches times the distance in miles squared.
There you go. Is it measurable?
Oh yeah, it's measurable.
Okay. Have you ever measured it, Jesse?
You can measure this. Have you tried measuring this?
Oh. Listen to what he says, Blue. Listen to this. This is claimed to be surveyor. He's done a Jesse Kozlowski, so he's not around for you to ask it. But listen to what he says. Blue,
The level surface drops down from the horizontal plane at a rate of 8 inches times the distance in miles squared.
Can you imagine that? Surveyor thinking that the level surface drops away from the horizontal when a level is a tool for establishing a horizontal. That's it's genius. Who managed to get him to say that? No wonder he's done a Jesse Kozlowski. He's got Blue Marble to save him though, right? Like Blue Marble, the only person to have ever seen Rumpus's highly acclaimed auto level footage from 2 years ago. He's the one that's defending Jesse Kozlowski, the guy that's done a Jesse Kozlowski. How can you have a level dropping away from horizontal, Blue?
It's like level
Stupid.
dropping from level.
Yeah. It's embarrassing, Blue. No wonder he did a Jesse Kozlowski. And even all of his mates that were pretending to be surveyors just left Blue Marble with his equipotential angle of adjustment stolen concept that Wally gave him. I do feel sorry for you, Blue. I really do. Fancy leaving Blue Marble at the end of the line. Yeah, I know. I don't know what you're trying to show us, Brad. It's a picture that somebody's taken through through the optics of a theodolite. What does it mean? Any way of verifying anything about it? No, you haven't. It means nothing. It's just a picture.
We can see how perspective works. So if this second auto level or theodolite or whatever it is at the other side of the lake, I think, or lake or river, whatever it is, it means that it would drop even more.
The
If
level?
this-
What level, Brad? He says the picture shows level dropping from the horizontal.
No, this is just only perspective. But nothing dropped here.
The surface of the lake is level, he says.
Okay, so if surface of the lake is level,
It's dropping, he says.
so dropping means not level.
Yeah, level
he-
means... Look,
He assumes that level is curving, but he didn't say that. But if he does not assume that level is curved, because it is to be checked, then he has to assume that level is straight. So cannot drop from itself.
well, a level is a tool for establishing a horizontal. I mean, I think everybody knows that. And horizontal has zero slope. And I'm pretty sure we went over this in you wanted a debate, Blue. Can you not remember this? And I made a couple of arguments for you, and then you pretended that they weren't arguments. Completely dismissed them. I'm pretty sure we went over this. Perpendicular. And the understanding of what Jesse Kozlowski said. How can the line from A to B not be horizontal if you're using a tool called a level to establish a horizontal? The reason we establish horizontals is because that is the shortest distance between 2 points. No slope, no grade. Horizontal at A. It is horizontal at A, horizontal at B, and horizontal at C. A to B isn't horizontal. Yet A, B, and C are all horizontal. A to B isn't horizontal. Fantastic. You want to see the I'll put the GIF out again. You can see the bridge in the distance there, Blue. Can you see that? It's an awfully good camera, the P1000, for doing these long distance shots.
And by the way, this zooming in and out shows perfectly how perspective works. I think this in front here, this is sluice, yes?
The one that we have to go past, yes.
Yes, so it is going up, and when it is zooming out, it is going down. This is this drop in the picture. This is just perspective, just optic. It is going now up because it is going closer, and when it is zooming out, it is going down.
Paper. If only you could get them to actually acknowledge that, we'd have a lot less deniers.
Yes, but they and if we are looking at this GIF and these two pictures, first from Brad, this auto level, this is a perspective. This is, we are looking through auto level, so we are seeing things through perspective. But next picture is orthographic view. And they are trying to say that this perspective drop, they are trying to depict it in orthographic view. This is their trick. You cannot just depict a perspective drop, let's say, in orthographic view. Maybe they are tricking themselves. I don't know. But in this GIF, we can
That's
see.
why they. No.
Yeah.
I just wanted to say that's why they call that Earth curve calculator, hence the word calculator, a perspective denying Earth curve calculator.
Absolutely, yes, because in that case, because perspective works beside any curve or not curve, they would have double drop, perspective drop plus this curvature drop. So they have to ignore one of them. Of course, they are ignoring perspective in that case. That's why they are showing perspective in orthographic view. And by the way, this is also not on their side, but also on Flat Earth side is the same, because Brian's logic is doing completely the same. He's showing a perspective in orthographic view. And that's why he is wrong.
Yeah, I don't agree with Brian. Thanks, Paper.
Elevation profile is sorted out usually.
Yes, elevation profile is orthographic view. This is not perspective. Pure orthographic view. Because you are watching things from the side. You are not looking through.
Measured the elevation profile.
Yes, yes, of course, but you are looking at this picture of this elevation profile from side. So
Yes, it's side
this is
elevation
called,
profile.
yes, yes. So this is side view or orthographic view. You are not looking through. You are not turning this 90-degree to see perspective, because in perspective it would be seen completely different. That's why all pictures, all technical or architectonical drawings are put in orthographic view. Always.
Well, they're developed into isometric projection, right? You make the
Yes.
isometric projection from the elevation profiles, the measured.
Of course.
Yeah.
Yes, I agree. Yes, yes, but that would be not orthographic view. So it is perspective from some angle, because you can change angle of this perspective.
Well, no, isometric is a way to keep the proportionality through the. It's the way to put perspective, but keep the proportions, the isometric.
Yes, 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 but it involves perspective. Okay, but this is not orthographic. So you can have numbers in perspective, but these numbers are not depicting real size of the line, for example, because if this line is in perspective, and for example, this line, some line is depicted as 100-meter line in perspective, in skew view, that would be shorter, of course.
Yeah, you have the plan and the elevation. The isometric is just built from those. So if you wanted to know the size, you go to the plan and the elevation to measure them, and you just get an idea of what it looks like through the isometric projection.
Absolutely. But still, what they are doing, and Brian's logic also, is they are confusing two different views: perspective view and orthographic view. So they are trying to convince about people about this drop. They are showing picture where this perspective drop is shown, and then they are trying in orthographic view depict it as a curvature of the Earth. So this is just, for me, this is just fraud or just big mistake. If they are really honestly believe that that would be explanation for curve, so they are greatly mistaken.
Definitely some of the best pictures that have ever been taken from. Although I know Rumpus says he's got his pictures and he's there far better than anything anybody could have, and he's had them for years. But these are the best pictures that we've ever seen, obviously, because we've never been allowed to see any of Rumpus's fabled pictures or videos. No, it doesn't, Brad. It in fact, if you see an elevation profile, that would be proof that it's not flat. You take that on, Brad. Tell everybody that if you want. All elevation profiles prove that it's not flat. I know it's hard for you to imagine that. But at least you get to have your say. I mean, tell everyone. Go around telling everyone. Definitely not flat. That's of all of the things that are provable, right? That's one of them. You can prove it's not flat. anything else. I mean, like that we've been saying for a long time, right? There is no positive proof for the globe. Bacon saw to that one. They have no deductive logic available for the modern day blue marble science community. They've had to give up on proof. So unfortunately, there will never be a positive proof for the globe. And what the globe guys have to wait for is a way for somebody to say that it is flat. Then they can say it's not flat. We can prove it's not flat, because everybody can prove it's not flat. Yeah, elevation changes, Brad. That's what elevation profiles are made for. So you can see the elevation changes. And if there is an elevation change, and it changes in both directions, it goes up and then down again, that means it's not flat. Definitely not flat. How do we know it's not flat? Well, we know how elevation changes are measured. I've always said if you want to imagine a construct that everybody makes for themselves, then look no further than a globe. A completely individual paracosm that everybody's made for themselves. I think you'd have to agree on that. Whether people come to consensuses within their paracosms. Brad thinks that it's funny. Brad thinks that it's funny that you measure elevation changes. We do that with a tool called a level. And everybody knows that these tools called levels establish a horizontal plane of reference. And if you measure a change from that horizontal plane of reference, then what you are doing is you are measuring an elevation change. I think everybody understands that. At least I hope everybody understands that, right? But you have to be able to measure it, right? And to use these tools, you don't use them by watching somebody's live feed through a camera. You don't do surveying like that. Because not everybody who looks at a picture on the internet taken through an auto level is a surveyor.
Wait. So what you're telling me is when you went to Bedford level, you weren't doing surveying?
Absolutely.
Right. Thanks, Bev.
I have Blue Marble. I said again this morning. Blue Marble still does think it's surveying. He thinks, Blue Marble thinks, that he can sit, in his home, armchair surveying, looking at pictures on the internet and surveying these pictures. But this is the new science, right? This is Blue Marble science, modern day science. Modern day
These
scientists.
guys need to go to Hillsdale. They need to educate themselves a little bit.
Yeah, we're going to go over the Euclid. Go over the Euclid lectures, which will be good. I hope people are going to join us for that. We've got one more.
Hang on.
Go on.
Speaking of that, have you watched any non-Euclidean lectures?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, oh, man, those are some gold in there. Hilarious. I love it.
I was thinking, I have been thinking about this. How to be able to depict this AB from the auto levels, right? Because this would go the same if the bridge was the opposite way round, right? If the bridge was along, imagine it was along another lake. It's just the same body of water. We've got two bridges going side to side. If the bridge was going a long ways for a long distance, I mean, it does make you wonder, doesn't it? Why didn't Jesse Kozlowski, when he said that the water level drops or the level drops away from horizontal, why did he do a rise when he went over the lake? If it drops, why did it go up 94?
My question is, why didn't he actually demonstrate that drop from horizontal, other than his calculated paper?
Yeah, he led Blue Marble into talking about the horizontal chord. And then that 90-foot hump is a raise, not a drop.
Chords cannot be horizontal.
What do you mean chords can't be horizontal? Chord's just a part of a circle.
Yeah, which means it can't be horizontal. Oh, wait. Oh, you got me. You
Put a
got
post
me.
in the middle. Brad's asking for us to put a post in the middle. Rumpus, get Rumpus's stuff, Brad. It's been sat on it for 2 years. Don't be telling me to put a post in the middle. Get Rumpus in. It's ridiculous. I don't know how you've got the nerve. You know that Rumpus is there, sat with all of his footage and everything. And you're asking us, who have just actually been. Yeah, Blue Marble's laughing at you, Rob. Chords can't be horizontal. You can have internal tangent chord planes that are horizontal. Can't you, Blue?
Okay, I said you got me. I was laughing as well.
You can have an internal tangent chord plane. Blue Marble was doing all about that. The rise above a chord. Could the rise above the chord, like Blue, Brad's talking about Blue, could that be horizontal? Like in the center, could you have like a vertical perpendicular?
Wait a minute. I didn't think they could have a Did something change? I didn't think they could have a horizontal.
No, Blue said they can.
I thought it was just a point.
It changes. It's a free form.
Oh, freestyling this shit. Oh, okay, got it. I mean, that's all we heard forever was it's just horizontal at that one point.
Yeah. Well, a chord's definitely a straight line. And he was laughing about it. I don't know whether he, don't know whether he was laughing at his... I'll put it in the chat for you, just so you know.
Yeah, no, I remember. I thought they changed it to just horizontal at one point.
Well, that was Rumpus, but I mean, I don't know. I don't know whether Blue can override Rumpus with him being his second man.
Oh, Blue's number 2.
Rumpus is Blue's number 2, I think.
Got it.
I-
Got it.
Yeah, I'll have to find all of this stuff, won't I, Blue? Horizontal tangent chord plane. See if I can have a quick. Was that in the shorts? I think it might have been in me shorty ones. Let's have a look in the playlist. I don't think it'd have been in the science one, would it? Three, 4, and 5-sided squares. That was Blue Marble. I can remember that one.
How this professor put that? The fool would be in contradiction.
Yeah.
Well, you get contradictory statements from all of them. Like, I thought it was just horizontal point, and then I thought one guy was saying there is no hump, there's no such thing. Everybody stopped saying it, but now we're on about the 90-foot hump, internal. What is it? Chord.
Internal
plane,
tangent chord plane.
I can't even say it. Internal tangent chord plane. And Blue's saying that you can have it horizontal, I guess, because he's laughing at. It's hard to keep up.
Yeah, Blue Marble's talking about keep posting the typos. It's not just a typo, Blue. You were talking about it. You literally said it. You said that the chord was a horizontal. I'm trying to find it. I don't know where it is. I'll have to get it out and put it together in a list of stuff. Horizontals either do or don't. No. Let me have a look whether it's in the Oh. It's only a short one, isn't it? I'll find it for you, Blue. Don't worry. What? No, I don't know. I can't find it. I'll get it for you whatever time though, Blue. I'll have a look and see if I can find it in my files while we were going through this. Oh, that one there. Yeah. Was it in one of what the fuck is that? Wow. We've got a new mathematician in. It's the Oh Yeah song, isn't it? This shows it all. Look, that shows it all there. H-I. That's horizontal. wouldn't that make DC horizontal? And whatever that bottom line is horizontal also. It's good to know that Blue Marble knows what a concentric circle is.
Are the not concentric circles?
Oh, are you aware that a chord can also be a tangent to a concentric circle of a smaller radius?
But that would be not a chord of this circle.
No, a tangent.
Yes. So
It could be a tangent of another circle. But I'm saying it's good that Blue Marble knows what a concentric circle is. He's not attempting to call them parallel circumferences, is he?
who knows? Who knows?
Well, he is using concentric, right? At the time where concentric is good. I mean, I think he's obeying the laws of logic and geometry whilst talking to us. I don't know whether he colloquialize it to parallel circles. Are we going? Buster's having a looking at the old pictures.
Nothing beats the old Sean G illustration. I mean, that's Brad. Brad's got that. That Brad will agree with that. Brad's down with the horizontal dropping or level dropping away from horizontal. Sean G's down with it too.
Yeah, I've got that one.
Yep.
Sean G. If level. If flat, then level. If curvature, then slope. I think everyone can agree on that. Blue Marble will be after
Excuse
that.
me.
Yeah.
It being free for all Fridays, do you think we could have a small Buster interlude?
A small Buster interview.
No, interlude.
Oh, an interlude. Yeah, of course we can. Anyone want to take? We take requests now. We've got a few of them. I don't know what was going on with that. It was jumping a bit as I was doing it. So let me go to the YouTube. That'll probably be better if I play one. Do you want to? I'll go and check the Buster music file. There we go. It does need updating with all of them, with some new ones as well. But go on, we're taking requests. All of the Buster songs.
I don't think you have it.
What? Don't ask for one that we haven't got.
I think he was on about that live one, my friend.
Which live one?
The where I think he was asking, but I don't know if you cut it or not. I haven't. I just posted the whole thing live.
Yeah, I have cut it, but I've only cut it for my intro music. because I was waiting for
Gotcha.
you to do them. I mean, I can.
Oh, yeah.
I can do
Can you
it.
play from Buster's channel?
It's an hour and 8 minutes. The actual.
Yeah, I haven't like cut
Oh,
them into
I mean,
snippets.
Yeah, on Buster's channel. Can you play his channel on the stream?
Well, that's what he's saying, Rob. He'd have to find where it starts and stops, and I just posted the whole like hour-long thing as a whole.
Yeah, I mean, I've got the hour-long thing here on mine, but I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think we want to. Well, I would. I'm okay with that, but you know.
I think I've got a few. I think I did a Buster Live compilation because you did two with him, didn't you? With your mate.
No, just the one. Well, okay, yeah.
Yeah, you had
technically,
one,
yes.
like a meeting with him once for a quick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that was just like through a iPad mic, I think. Yeah.
Yeah. I've got that and a few live things as well on a different one, so that's an hour and something also.
Yeah. I think the one on my channel is like maybe 40 minutes. I need to get on there and cut them individual songs.
Yeah.
I'll
do all of that. Cut them into songs and make sure you're happy with them.
I
get them sorted.
Yeah, you can cut them and use them. And I love those. Those are some of my favorite.
So go on, give us a thing. I can only play the ones I've got. You want a Buster interlude?
I don't know which one he was wanting to hear. I think yesterday he was asking for the Who Will.
In the Buster music though, you do have the one with Charlie Chaplin. I wouldn't mind that one if you could play that.
In Buster music in the Discord.
Yeah, it's near the beginning. I just don't know if you can play that.
I can, but I don't think you guys in Discord will be able to hear it. I don't know.
Oh no, man! I just go back to YouTube. I'll hop into YouTube for a bit.
Let me go all the way back then. In the Buster's music, was it?
It's way at the beginning.
Here. Look at this, guys.
You gotta scroll all the way up to
see all of the stuff we've got going in here. Oh, we have got a Who Will concept. I think that was the one that we got. Do you want to hear that then? Oh no, audio Who Will. 9 minutes.
Oh, okay. Yeah. That's a bit long, but
yeah,
I mean,
that's the one. I think though. I think that's the Who Will. The clip.
That no complaints here.
Rob wants to listen to. I don't know what you guys are going to be listening to in Discord because it's an audio file. So, well, you'll have to listen to YouTube. I'll put it so we. No, I can't do. Yeah. Everyone's gonna have to be quiet for 9 minutes. Listen to Discord. Listen to YouTube. It's all because of Rob. Here we go.
Yeah.
All available in the Discord channel.
Have you muted us?
I see the writing on the wall explain the ramblings of these madmen going insane. And now I see it clear. They're running and they're hiding because of fear. If I never communicate with logical, if I don't sing, if I don't speak out, if I never receive the logos. Transcendental numbers and conceptual maths will take you on a journey down a Penrose path, and you'll never see it clear. The path that you're on will be ends in tears. If I don't sing and if I don't speak out, if I never communicate with logical will, if I don't sing and if I don't speak out, if I never receive the logos. Cast away the shadows and step into light. We're taking down giants and opening sight. And now I see it clear. The path that you're on ends in fear. if I don't sing, if I don't speak out, if I never communicate with logical will, if I don't sing, if I don't speak out, if I never receive the logos will.
That's good. That was good. Okay. Welcome back, everyone.
That guy is sick.
It's good, isn't it? Like that.
Oh man.
I said then sometimes those small ones are just made better by the extended mix. It's well worth having things like that every now and again. It's like, how do you replicate that, and how do you put that into the one that you're going to do?
Yeah,
Don't know, but I'm gonna do a proper recording of it, and I'll try to. But yeah, we'll see. I don't know. I don't know if I can redo it that good, but at least the quality will be a little better.
Yeah.
Well, quite a bit better. But yeah.
Could you get him to do all of those pieces again, though? You know, to
I think
do
so.
like an extended mix, because I think it's well worth it. For certain songs,
yeah.
like you pick the best ones and then do like an extended mix of those.
Yeah. I'm gonna schedule a time with him. It might take like a little bit to get it finished product, but
It'll be worth it. It doesn't matter. As long as it's in the
Yeah.
planning, I'm sure there's a lot of people will be pleased with that.
oh yeah. I forgot how good that was. I hadn't listened
Like
to it in a
know
while.
when I can buy the album.
Oh. Well, you just heard it.
Mm.
You can listen to it as much as you want.
Yeah,
I do,
all
trust
of
me.
those.
I listened to it for like half an hour straight yesterday before dinner.
Thanks, Rob.
I was thinking of doing some like podcast sort of stuff, material, and then that's the sort of stuff we could break up the podcast with. That'd be dead easy to do.
Yeah.
That sort of stuff. Yeah.
Oh yeah, for sure.
But we know not a lot of people want to be able to listen to this sort of stuff because there's a chance that a bit of logic might creep through, and that, you know, they don't like that. But unfortunately, Buster songs are full of it.
Can be dangerous. Yeah.
We'll start working some enthememes as well. We've got No Rad on the case. Some good stuff coming. Was using the GIF and it did work all right in the video. Yeah.
I just want to thank Blue Marble for confirming that horizontal lines do indeed exist.
Yeah.
That's crazy. How is that possible?
I'm really happy for him.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, Like, that's great.
Took a while, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, man, I can't count how many times I heard horizontal at a point, but Blue's got horizontal lines, man. That's brilliant.
Well, Brad had a point from A and B and C, but now Blues said that A to B can't be horizontal, but A to C, yeah, that's all right. A to C can be horizontal, just not B. A to B. Providing you consider a horizontal as a chord, then it can exist as a line. Blue Marble 2023. Not quite said like that, but I may have been paraphrasing. He'll be making a video when Rumpus comes clean with his footage. It might be on an NDA, do you reckon? Blue Marbles had to sign an NDA in order to watch Rumpus's footage. Can't even tempt Rumpus back again. He's not allowed to come in here and post his gratuitous Globe Science pictures. I don't think just anybody should be allowed to come into a Discord channel and just post whatever you want. Does anyone feel sorry? Sorry,
Yeah.
go on.
Could you imagine being the guy that took the time to make that gratuitous globe science meme? Like, what kind of individual are you? Weirdo. Who would we ever end up talking to about the Bedford? Because I have actually attempted to try and talk to people about it. I might go on a few little travels this weekend to have a conversation with people, but I'm pretty sure people think it proves something. People with no proof. And they know they have no proof. I think they think that a picture through an auto level that obviously isn't any surveying procedure, they think that proves something about their model. So strange. I don't know what that means, Timothy. You speak in riddles. I can't. Does anyone understand? I mentioned to y'all and everyone here that I'm Tuscarer as well. Didn't I, my friend Bev? Y'all try thinking, everyone. Does anyone know what that means? I'm struggling to understand. Timothy. I can't remember Timothy saying anything. I don't think Timothy's ever come in and said anything. Timothy, I'm pretty sure I've said, I haven't got Facebook. Don't do Facebook. Just come in and have a chat.
I don't do Facebook. It seemed to me that all Facebook was people taking pictures of what food they were about to eat. I think that's it. How long have you had your Facebook account for, Timothy? Do we actually have anybody that's on Facebook? I don't think. That might be one of the things that's common to those of us around here. I don't know if we do Facebook. Does anybody? Is anybody here willing to admit that they do Facebook?
All right, you got me.
Okay. Do you have
Okay,
Timothy?
I do. No, I do have Facebook. I rarely go on it, and about the only thing I post is jobs that I build and my daughter. That's about it. I don't really go on Facebook anymore. It's dumb.
And Kat says, I had 9 friends once I friended Tim on Facebook. Now I'm back to 8. I like the use of the enthymeme there. Oh, flat, you run a Facebook group. Oh, you might be the one of the person that I think I might need to make a Facebook. Try thinking Facebook for publicity or whatever. You never know. Yeah, I'm with you, Gizmo. I do think Facebook. Might have to start promoting Try Thinking. Did you see the review that we got from ChatGPT? There's an investigation happening as we speak. Uh-oh. You want me to read this? This is I think Blue Marble or Tim Turtle put us onto this because he was having a chat with ChatGPT or whatever. And he put a thing up that he asked ChatGPT about if ChatGPT knew anything about Bev Try Thinking. And then he asked it said no. And then he asked it about Blue Marble Science. Blue Marble Science is a YouTube channel. So then when we did ask somebody went to a ChatGPT and said, have you heard of the Try Thinking YouTube channel? The very channel that everybody's listening to right now, right? And the reply came back. As an AI language model, I don't browse the internet or watch videos on YouTube. However, I can tell you that Try Thinking is a popular educational YouTube channel that aims to make learning fun and engaging for its viewers. The channel covers a wide range of topics, including science, history, philosophy, and critical thinking. Its videos use animations and visual aids to explain complex concepts and ideas in an easy-to-understand manner. If you're interested in learning something new and expanding your knowledge, you might want to check out Try Thinking on YouTube. Listen to that.
That's pretty
Great advertisement.
Yeah.
You
Yeah,
should
I've never
post
even
that.
used ChatGPT myself, and it seemed to speak highly of him. I quite like ChatGPT now. Never had a chat with him. Her. It. Whatever it is. Whatever it wants to be known as. But I might go and have a chat. Yeah, thank you very much, Timothy. So just know that's what we're here to do. I think that science, history, philosophy, and critical thinking sounds a bit good, doesn't it? I think it might be mistaking the science for logic, though. But I suppose we do a bit of science. I'd say that the realizing Euclid test is definitely science. Practical science. Traditional.
Geometry is science, and logic itself is science. You can science about logic, so also. Philosophy is science if it uses logic, of course, because if it does not use logic, like, for example, Kant or someone else or Nietzsche, it is just ideology, not science. But normal philosophy using logic is science and always was considered as science.
I think somebody was saying that the modern use for philosophy has turned into psychiatry, sort of.
Yeah, psychology
Yeah.
for let's say, quite normal people, but psychiatry, yes, for mental, like Nietzsche.
Yeah. Well, it sort of bridges across the gap, doesn't it?
Yes, many people in between, they are on their path from psychologist to psychiatric clinic.
So if anybody wants to come in and talk about any of this sort of stuff, I find it fascinating, the philosophy. I know there's a lot of people within this arena that have I don't know, they've turned it into a battle between science and philosophy, as though that they're not actually linked together somehow. I've heard that a lot.
Normal philosophy is science because, for example, Aristotelian philosophy is science because he uses logic in normal way to prove his points, for example. So how it can be not a science when he is just proving things all the time?
Not a modern science, though. That's the
Of course,
thing.
not what
Yeah.
normal.
Yeah, not saying it's not a science. It's just not a modern science. Because they are different.
Yes, so modern philosophy is not that philosophy.
Brad's obviously Brad's logic is not firing on all cylinders. I don't even know where that came from.
Sounds like trolling.
Yeah, studying philosophy now to Brad. Yeah, Brad, some of your shadow giants, I think. People that allowed you to believe some of the things that you come out with. Those are the ones that went to the sorry, they went, I think you could say, clinically insane. And I don't think Brad's ever gonna feel sort of end up in with the disease of the learned. I think you probably did, Brad.
But somehow it seems that this disease of the learned is only in that times when they started to give up with trivium et quadrivium, because before that I cannot see anyone who was who has this disease when he was just using or learning trivium et quadrivium.
Yeah, like how could you possibly have a disease from learning stuff? Like, I think there's a definite sign that there's something going on with the learning process that may not actually be to your benefit, right? If you're, what did they say, melancholy, sort of depression?
Yeah, if you are in process of learning, you are learning contradictions and fallacies. Yeah, I would say that yes, you can end in some serious psychological disease. Yeah.
Yeah, I go along with that too. It's not really learning, is it?
This is brainwashing.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think that's modern day, right? There's a lot of people that are struggling out there because they are holding contradictions. They just aren't aware of them. They've been compartmentalized. I think I might have to go back and find. I can't remember where that conversation was. I might still have it recorded, but I hope I have somewhere. Where I was having a conversation with somebody and he was telling me how he keeps his thoughts separate, and he built 2 towers, 2 office blocks, and he just didn't connect them, kept them completely separate. And I think there's a lot of that goes on. So there's an inner turmoil going on where you're living with contradictions and you've just found ways to keep them separated within the mind. Probably half of the ECV type, blocking, where your brain just stops you from processing that information.
Yes, I can imagine, or that this blocking would be one side blocking, so or just like closing one eye. So one time you are using right eye and closing left eye, but for other things you are just closing opened eye and opening closed eye. So yes, so you cannot use both towers at the same time. So you just going from one tower to another. So yes, they are separated, and your thinking is separated. But you are depicting, in fact, schizophrenia. This is schizophrenic thinking.
What's this one here? Let me just play this clip here.
I don't know how they come up with it with the ideas that they come up with, but there is no horizontal in nature that I can point to and say, oh yeah, I'll use that horizontal that's laying over there. You got one thing and one thing only that you can depend on, and that's gravity. That's it. That's what makes a carpenter's level work. That's what makes an auto level work.
Can we pause for a second?
All hail
No,
the great.
Yeah.
Blue Marble says there's no such thing as a horizontal in nature. That's fantastic, that.
But gravity, only gravity.
There is only vertical, because he did say that vertical, plumb, zenith, and gravity, they're all the same thing, right? So there's only vertical to blue marble science, no horizontal, even though it's perpendicular, and everyone knows it's perpendicular, but blue marble says it's not. But they can have horizontal chords. You can't horizontal. I don't know. Blue's laughing at it. I don't know whether he was laughing at it because he was agreeing. I'll see if I can find it. I've got that other one. I'm still looking for it. Not Blue's balls. No. Find it. Oh, here we go. There's a
horizontal chord line tangent plane.
There you go. Horizontal chord line tangent plane. I think this is it. I think I found it. Oh, it's over 5. Oh, I'm gonna find it. See this.
This is what we're going to talk about. This is what is going.
There it is. It's in the live chat, right? I don't know why I haven't put this out as a video. I think I'm going to have to put this out as a video. If I haven't, I'm sorry, I've not put it out, but let me get this. Ooh. So. I think we need the whole page, so. There you go. I'm playing the thing from. Oh, wait a minute. Yes, you need to be able to see the XY plane at the. There you go. Oh, sorry, I'll fix this. Right, here we go. Transition. Right, this one's a special one for Blue. 2 minutes. Since he was going on about the horizontal tangent chord plane and Brad was talking about it not being horizontal. Well, here we go. Blue marble science.
This is what we're going to talk about. This is what is going to be talked about between the Try Thinking crowd and Brandon Toy. And I think Brandon did a great job of asking the right question. Imagine that you're looking at 3 water levels, or well, you're looking at water levels. This one at the top up here, maybe you can see my cursor, would be, it could be a single water level with a tap in the center, or it could actually be 2 separate water levels. Wouldn't make any difference as long as that center elevation of both of them are matched up. And that, of course, is what you would expect to see on a flat Earth. And the water should be in a straight line.
Or reality.
Points A, B, and C should fall in a straight line. But that's not actually what we see in reality. We see what we have down here at the bottom. The Earth is not flat. The water is not flat. The water is curved. And the level point in each of the standpipes for the water level follows that dotted red line. And now if you sight from point A to point C, you're going to see water in that center one above the straight line distance, that straight line formed by connecting points A and point B, or A and C. This is where Bev has gone wrong, and he goes wrong every time. He makes the false assumption that 2 points is all he needs. Point A and point C define a straight line, and certainly they do. Therefore, water is level. No, I'm sorry. It doesn't work like that. Put point B in the middle, and now you've got a couple of straight lines. You've got a straight line from A to B and a straight line from B to C. And that's, in reality, what's going to happen. So, was everybody able to see that okay?
That was it. Is everyone all right with that? That's how Blue Marble says it works. It's a straight line, and it is horizontal from A to C. But if you put another tap in the middle, then from A to B will be horizontal, not A to C. But A to C was horizontal at the first. But the addition of another pipe. Is everyone all right with that? Did that explain it? That isn't the one I was looking for. But I'll still find it.
This is still good because it explains how he is thinking about horizontal being not horizontal, and that on dogmatic globe model you need at least 3 points to make them different, because if you have 2 points you cannot make them different.
45 minutes, that's a bit long. I don't know why I've let me just check the other video. 22. Oh, I've got the 5 laws of globe. See, I've never made that into a proper video yet. I think that could be made into a shorter one, couldn't it?
Yes, it's worth working over that, because this is good, I think, generally, like part of imaginometry. Yeah.
I think I've got this one as well. I've got a proof that the Earth's not flat from Blue Marble Science. I know I've not put this one out yet. This rumpus one. Right now, this is if anybody doesn't know, because he's not been around for a bit, and we have a different crowd of people. There's this guy called Rumpus, and he he plays to the name, right? He's one of the named characters, and he is Blue Marble's second in command, right? A co-host when Blue Marble goes live on his channel, which he does every now and again. This is Rumpus, one of his well, I think he's he's the savior of the globe, one of the saviors of the globe. He's a wannabe shadow giant, and he's hoping that he's going to be doing that, right? So I'm gonna play this one, guys. This has got some stuff that most people haven't heard. So if anybody doesn't want to hear Rumpus making a tit out of himself, leave now, right? So you can say you've never heard this. You never heard this. 3 minutes. Come back in a bit.
By listening and understand, you moron.
Well done, Brenda.
Do
No,
the
no,
points of
Rumpus,
constant
please.
elevation form a plane on the Earth?
Well done, Brenda.
But what he doesn't understand is that the term level is for a constant elevation.
Well done,
What's
Brenda.
meant by a flat earther? That's what a flat
No, that's
earther
a
believes.
horizon-
Points
that's
of
a
constant
horizontal plane.
elevation form a perfect
A
horizontal
horizontal
Well
plane.
done, Brenda.
But what he doesn't understand is that the term level is for a constant elevation.
Yes.
That makes you a flat earther. Sorted.
Well done, Brenda.
No, on the
Yes.
globe, points of constant elevation form a sphere. You utter moron.
Well done, Brenda.
You
No,
utter
On a globe, that
moron.
happens.
But what he doesn't understand is that the term level is for a constant elevation.
Points of constant elevation on the sphere, on the globe, form another spherical surface. You utter idiot.
Well done, Brenda.
But what he doesn't understand is that the term level is for a constant elevation.
That makes you a flat earther. Sorted.
Well done,
Let me
Brenda.
can I just finish that point though? Remember, the Earth is incredibly flat.
Well done, Brenda.
The Earth is very flat.
Sorted.
Well done, Brenda.
Even though we know he has no argument, I think Rumpus uses tactics that other people only go to at the end before they get really annoyed.
Ev, on your Earth, do points of constant elevation form a perfect plane?
What?
By listening and understand, you moron.
No,
Do
wait a
the
minute.
points
No,
of
Rumpus,
constant
please.
elevation form a plane on the Earth?
Yes.
So there you are.
A
You're a flat earther.
A horizontal plane.
No, because
That's what's meant by a flat earther. That's what a flat
that's
earther
a
believes.
horizon-
Points of
that's a
constant
horizontal plane.
elevation form a perfect
horizontal
horizontal plane.
plane, yes.
That makes you a flat earther. Sorted.
Well done, Brenda.
no,
Oh, Brent's
because
gone.
you can
Oh,
you
dear.
can do that also on the globe.
No, you
If the
can't. It doesn't form a
Earth-
flat.
ye-
No, on the
yes.
globe, points of constant elevation form a sphere. You utter moron. You
No,
utter
On a globe, that
moron.
happens, right, Rumpus?
elevation
Points
is,
of constant elevation on the sphere, on the globe, form another spherical surface. You utter
See, there you
idiot.
go. Yeah,
There-
see, there's
there
the
is
key.
not-
Jesus Christ, how stupid can you be?
Yeah.
no, there is
You have
not.
got to be the thickest person in this panel. That's the
There is-
Rufus,
important
how
thing.
rude can you be? If you're going to come in here
Okay,
and
Emma.
talk,
Emma, do you
talk,
understand? Okay, Emma.
calm
There is
Emma.
no such thing
Emma, if I
as
form
curved.
another, Emma, if I
curved-
form a surface
Hang on,
a certain distance
Paper was
from a
speaking.
sphere on a football, let's say, and I increase,
Rumpus.
create a new surface.
I think this is where the confusion starts. You use a
Dudes,
water
you
level to
guys.
create a horizontal, but what he doesn't understand is that the term level is for a constant elevation. And because the water level gives a horizontal, he's all confused. Because by that sort of that combination of words,
Water level does give a horizontal now then, right?
no one's disputed it didn't.
Okay.
Please,
That's brilliant.
specifically the
I don't think anybody's ever heard the end part of that before. But Rumpus, yes, Rumpus says that he doesn't think anyone has ever disputed that a water level is not a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference. For reals. That's Rumpus, Blue Marble's co-host. I don't know whether it could be a chord, a horizontal chord that the water level makes. I think Blue Marble was saying over the over the horizontal part of it. The horizontal was the chord from A to C. It takes a bit. I mean, it is only rumpus, so nobody take it seriously. And, you know, it's not the end of, is it, really? For people like Brad and all of that. It's only rumpus with a contradiction. Don't worry about it. Everybody has contradictions. Everybody has to hold contradictions. I think. Do they? Does everybody have to have I don't personally think that, really. But just to make them feel better, right? If you feel upset that Rumpus might have let you down by holding a contradictory position, you could just get him like Blue Marble to say that he misspoke when he was saying that. Do you want to hear the end of it again? Just the last few seconds.
Is that the term level is for a constant elevation. And because the water level gives a horizontal, he's all confused. Because by that sort of that combination of words.
Water level does give a horizontal now then, right?
No one's disputed it didn't.
Okay.
No one's disputed it didn't.
That's brilliant.
Specifically,
Nobody's disputed it didn't produce a horizontal, that is, the water level. Rumpus, quote, no one disputed it didn't. The constant elevation is a horizontal. Everyone knows this. If it weren't a constant elevation, there would be a slope, and everybody knows a horizontal does not slope, does not rise, doesn't do anything. Just it's the horizontal. Everyone should know that. Perpendicular to the to the horizon. All perpendiculars to the plane. Can imagine that. All verticals as you turn around, all be perpendicular. Pretty sure it was a song, wasn't it? I can remember cutting that. Blue Marble one. It's a shame that I'll have to find it. Blue Marble induced Imagihump. If nobody else has got anything else to talk about, Free for All Friday, I'm just going to keep putting all of this shit out. Got loads of stuff I've got to go over. How long's that one there? Blue Marble Science and the internal vertical tangent plane. Because it has to be internal vertical as well. What's the point in it? This one's 12 minutes. Just wait till I get going. I've got a new video making machine. And I do like making videos. And I've got into the nth meme now. Oh, look at that. Let's put it out as a... I've already got it, is that?
The chord would be
Yeah, this is it. Right? Well, I'll get it for you guys. There you go. In the Discord. Let me get this ready. Oh, I don't know why it's done that. Right, here we go. This is, you guys see that in Discord?
Yep.
This is the video I've been looking for. So here we go. This one's for Mike and the Mike, Brad, Blue Marble, and the horizontal crew.
The chord would be below the water between the 2 points of the bridge, because it's the chord distance, and the bridge is an arc.
Yeah.
When again, down is the direction of gravity.
Okay. So you are actually going for the shortest distance between A and B from one end of the bridge to the other end of the bridge being, I would say, a horizontal distance, because that's how the shortest distances in reality are measured, right? They have to be horizontal.
And I would say the chord length is shorter than the arc length.
But that would have to be the shortest distance. So you would have to say that is horizontal. It's a horizontal distance, therefore being the shortest distance in reality that we could possibly measure. The shortest distance between point A and point B is a straight line, but in reality, that straight line is horizontal in order for it to be the shortest distance in reality.
I agree, a straight line is the shortest distance, but the only point...
The shortest distance in that picture there is
a
chord.
On the actual bridge,
yep.
The only point that that chord is horizontal is if you're standing in the middle of the bridge.
It's horizontal in the middle. I'm having that. That's fine. So from A to B, it's the shortest distance, both in the picture and in reality. And right in the middle of the bridge, it's horizontal. Right? That's where the water and that chord is horizontal, right? Right in the middle. And then what you could do, right, is you could put that middle point there, and then you could say right in the middle of the 2 points of that bit, you know, like do irreducibility, right? Halfway, that's horizontal there too. Boom, that's horizontal there too. Boom, and then you keep going, and you emphasize, right? There's just everywhere turns out to be horizontal. As soon as you start doing that, it's fantastic the way this mathematics and geometry works. It just proves that it's all horizontal from A to B, shortest distance, all the way. The water's there, dead horizontal. That green bit that in that picture there, it's completely fabricated in your mind, isn't it? Doesn't exist. That's why Blue can call it a tangent plane, internal.
I like the way
horizontal
if you were to draw
tangent plane.
If you were to draw a tangent to my colored line, which represents the arc, if you were to draw a tangent anywhere on that, the only place that tangent would be parallel with the chord will be in the middle of that arc.
Yeah. That's why Blue's labeled it tangent plane, right? Because you can imagine that is the tangent plane as you're going over the bridge. The shortest distance between A and B.
Yeah, I don't know why I labeled it a tangent plane, but
he's actually called it. He's called it a tangent plane.
Yeah, I see the arrow there, but I would just
No,
call
no,
that a
no.
chord.
When he voices it, he says
Mm.
it's the elevation above the tangent plane.
But if you were to draw a tangent on the circle,
On what circle?
that line would be parallel when the tangent is in the center of that arc. So what he calls the tangent plane is parallel with the tangent of the circle if the tangent line were drawn in the middle of that arc.
Yeah, and then if
no other
you could
place,
call
you
that
draw...
horizontal, then that tangent plane that you're thinking of also would be called horizontal. And those horizontals, as we all know, are always parallel, aren't they?
Yeah, and I think that's where we disagree.
What, that horizontals are always parallel?
Horizontals at one point.
Yeah, of course they are.
Yes, at one point.
Yeah, the differential between the horizontals is always called a vertical datum, isn't it? That's why you can have a vertical datum system.
If you were to go to the one end of the bridge and draw a tangent to that arc, it's no longer parallel with a chord.
Well, that means, right, that can't relate to reality, can it? Because as we know, in reality, all horizontals are parallel. So, I mean...
But it does relate,
that's like a
right?
reductio ad absurdum. Oh, yeah.
The only difference is because when down is the direction of gravity and down goes towards the center of the Earth, then there's a... Right, well,
yeah.
I'm just going to call it down. And down is
vertical is like the bottom part of vertical, right? Like, not that you can really separate vertical, but no, it's just one direction of vertical. Even though it's a straight line, right?
Yeah, you're welcome to use my my drawing however you see fit, but I was mostly just curious why the curve looked so pronounced in Jesse's video. It just I knew it would,
he made it look
but
like
I couldn't.
That. He wanted you to think hump.
No, it really has to do with the fact that when you're looking at it, when you turn it along the y-axis, you're looking along it, and then when you zoom into it, then it makes it a lot more pronounced.
It's like a storyteller, Jesse Kozlowski. That's the way I think of him, right? He's a storyteller, and what he does is he's induced in you, Jesse Kozlowski, induced Imagine Hump.
No, he didn't, because I just Googled the length of the bridge, and I took the great circle radius, and that's what I drew.
Yeah.
And then I made two of those arcs, and then I turned one 89 degrees, and then I looked at it from the front, and you can see that it just naturally takes that hump. All Jesse did was turn his data, so you're looking at it, I don't know how far.
Yeah, you don't actually think there's a 28.5 meter hump in the middle of that.
There's that distance between the chord and the arc, yes.
Oh, there's a 28.5 meter difference in the horizontal points on that vertical that you would put in the middle. Between the shortest distance between A and B and your imagined tangent. I mean, Blue did do us a favour, right? Are you sure you not want to take on the horizontal chord tangent plane? You drop it down then, you make them the same. There's no imagined distance, right? You can think of them as though they're the same thing.
Again, I drew it to scale. I never watched anything of Blue's, so I don't really know what Blue talks about.
Yeah, just imagine reality, though.
I did watch Jesse's video. I thought it was pretty fascinating.
In reality, can you tell the difference between a chord and a tangent on your model? Because I'm thinking about it now in your model. I'm thinking I can understand why blue has a horizontal chord tangent plane.
Well,
it makes sense, doesn't it?
Since the bridge follows the great circle, that makes an arc. And if you draw a line between the two ends of a straight line between the two ends of the bridge, that would be a chord. Can you see that in real life? No. Because
but
you're just driving across.
See, a chord is a straight line, but you also imagine the great circle's a straight line, don't you? So you see, you've got a problem there. And do you imagine that a tangent is a straight line? Because what you might have is the same as what blue's got. You've got the tangent, which is a tangent to a straight line, which is a great circle, imagine straight line, which is also the chord. You can just whoop and squish them all together, can't you? Straight line, straight line, straight line. Rumpus said last night, you guys can have a tangent to a straight line, which you obviously have to have because a great circle to you is a straight line. So a tangent, the great circle, and the chord, straight line, straight line, straight line, boosh, you can have them all together. You just imagine them as the same thing. Horizontal plane. That's how you can have a model-induced horizontal chord tangent plane. It's the future. It's what's needed. Right. You might already have it. Have you checked?
Well, I just drew a circle, just a plain old circle.
Yeah, I know.
And the shortest distance between on that chord is a straight line. Arc distance would be a bit longer.
Did you hear my I'll put it back to the bit where it's just like, thought we were getting somewhere.
We can have a model-induced horizontal chord tangent plane. It's the future. It's what's needed. Right. You might already have it. Have you checked?
Well, I just drew a circle, just a plain old circle.
Yeah. I just drew a circle. Just a plain old circle.
So that would be not great circle.
I've just gone through all of that stuff to explain the horizontal internal tangent chord plane and how like it was all three straight lines coming together to be the same thing. I thought it was brilliant. I thought I did really well. And then just listen to my voice.
It's what's needed. Right. You might already have it. Have you checked?
Well, I just drew a circle, just a plain old circle.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
and the shortest distance between on that chord is a straight line. Arc distance would be a bit longer.
But you call that arc a straight line also, wouldn't you? A great.
No.
Would you not?
I called it arc and arc, and I said I started with a circle.
Yeah.
I've never referred to either of those as a straight line.
It wouldn't be a great. You wouldn't want to sort of fabulize your circle after a while, would you? And, thus enable a mental concept of straightening. Equipotential angle of adjustment. Oops. You'll never notice.
Anyway. Glad I got your attention. Just wanted to share my video with you.
Thank you very much.
Like I said, if you wanna use it, that's fine.
Yeah, I think I've had a look at it. I don't think I can do much. It's just sort of I could do that sort of stuff myself. But the chat's been helpful, proper. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm gonna go get my coffee.
All right. I'm going to put the kettle on myself. Thank you very much.
See you later.
That was whatever, not Brad. Sorry. Sound a bit like Brad, doesn't he? That's whatever of the spinning of the water level fame. I'm still trying to find the blue marble one. Got so many, all of the horizontal things. It's 2 hours. It can't be that. Pretty sure I cut it. Yeah. Right, now blue. Pretty sure I did. There's some bits on this. Let me see. Datum.
Level is not a straight horizontal line. Let's see.
It's a little tiny short video. Let's have it. Right, here we go. Hopefully, I think this might be it. I'm on the vertical datum.
Level is not a straight horizontal line. Let's see. Let's take a look at that.
I did not say that the level is not horizontal.
This is what Jesse did.
And bam.
He took a point over here on the left-hand side of the screen. He took a point at the start of that causeway, and he took an end point over on the right-hand end of the screen, that yellow dot.
And bam.
And he drew the chord line between those 2 points.
I nailed that.
The ellipsoid is this green line that my cursor's tracing right now, right? And the causeway is this dotted red line up here. Now that green chord line is what you could call a horizontal if you wanted to. Level is this curved
on the level
green line of the ellipsoid, or the red line that I say is the actual causeway elevation.
I did not say that the level is not horizontal.
And the difference between those two is your GPS elevation. That's what GPS would be telling you.
Oh, yeah, it's measurable.
What Jesse is trying to measure is the elevation above the tangent plane.
Oh, yeah, it's measurable.
That would be that chord line up to the causeway.
I nailed that.
So hopefully that makes some sense.
No.
Because nothing those guys said made any sense.
All right, how you doing? There you go. That's the one I was looking for. Do you want to hear it again? Because he does say you can call the chord line a horizontal if you wanted to. That's what. And what Jesse was doing was measuring the distance between. So make note of this. This is Blue Marble talking about that. See, now he says it was a mistake, you know, a mistake that he meant to put in. But as you can hear, he does call it a tangent plane. It is an internal horizontal tangent chord plane. Listen.
Between those 2 points.
I nailed that.
The ellipsoid is this green line that my cursor's tracing right now, right? And the causeway is this dotted red line up here. Now that green chord line is what you could call a horizontal if you wanted to.
Okay, so the green
chord line, you could call it a horizontal if you wanted to, right? So it's already been called a horizontal chord, right?
Level is this curved
on the level
green line of the ellipsoid, or the red line that I say is the actual causeway elevation.
I did not say that the level is not horizontal.
That's right.
And the difference between those two is your GPS elevation. That's what GPS would be telling you.
Oh, yeah, it's measurable.
What Jesse is trying to measure is the elevation above the tangent plane.
Oh, yeah.
So what Jesse's trying to measure is the elevation above the tangent plane. Yeah, you listen to him say it again.
Or the red line that I say is the actual causeway elevation.
I did not say that the level is not horizontal.
And the difference between those two is your GPS elevation. That's what GPS would be telling you.
Oh, yeah, it's measurable.
What Jesse is trying to measure is the elevation above the tangent plane.
Oh, yeah, it's measurable.
That would be that chord line up to the causeway.
That'd be the chord line. Jesse would be measuring from the tangent plane up to the one from the chord plane. It's genius. Genius.
So hopefully that makes some sense.
Hopefully.
No.
Because nothing those guys said made any sense.
And then this thing on here at the end says, you can make your own slide without my logo on it. That one is protected by copyright. Blue Marble's logo is protected by copyright. It's there in the picture. Did you know? And just as I just told Bev, if you continue using it, I'll file a copyright strike. You're free to use the video clip where I correctly describe the chord, but you're using the slide for pure harassment, and it's going to stop. Got it, pumpkin? He was talking to Rakir. He does like to talk to Rakir like that. But yeah, that's the message from Blue. So Blue's logo here, copyright. Blue Marble Science. Did everybody know that? And he said, you're happy to use the clip where he correctly calls it a chord, which in this is the one that he did. He called it a chord. He just did also call it a tangent plane as well. As you can see. So that one there, I think, is Brad around? I think that's what we were talking about. The horizontal chord, the one on the bridge, that's the one that we were talking about. So there you go. Blue Marble, the horizontal chord, internal tangent plane. Definitely horizontal though. Or Blue Marble said you could call it that if you wanted to. There you go. So, I mean, we have the footage there for you. I'll leave it on the screen if you want to check that one out, Brad. Yeah, Brad thinks that was edited just because the Jesse Kozlowski clips were put in there. I think that's what he was upset about. It must be painful hearing about Jesse Kozlowski saying that stuff, knowing that he's never going to come back and say it. It's like a ghost, an old memory of the past. Hearing Jesse Kozlowski say that sort of stuff. So that's what they're looking for. Let me see if I can find the Jesse Kozlowski clip as well. fact, I don't know whether I'll have any of those ones on here. I don't know whether I've got that video.
Okay, I'm off to bed. Good night. Thank you very
Okey-dokey.
much.
One hour. There you go. This is one of the clips that started it all off for me. Jesse Kozlowski. I came on here from talking on Twitter with Jesse, and I knew I needed to talk.
You
to him.
can measure this. Have you tried measuring this? The level
Is it-
surface drops away, drops down from the horizontal plane at a rate of 8 inches times the distance in miles squared. I did not say that the level is not horizontal.
When he says water is level, he's using level as an adjective and a noun at the same time.
Oh, yeah, it's measurable.
It's a pity Jesse's not coming around. So you are going for the hump then, Brad? You're going with the Wallace. That's not what Rumpus is going for, Brad, though. Can you see the contradiction? You're looking for the hump, and Rumpus is looking for the full nutsack drop. It all drops for Rumpus, but you've got a hump. And you can see with that why Blue called it a horizontal chord. Even you've got it. It's got to be horizontal, that right, Brad? I think you were saying it wasn't before. That was why we were saying you didn't have them as horizontals. Hey, far be it from me to interrupt, the contradictions of the model believers, but Brad, I'm going to point it out, Brad. You are contradicting what Rumpus, or Rumpus is contradicting what Wallace did, and it does seem like you're a Wallace fan. You're not really a big fan of the Rumpus and the nutsack drop. It is a bit ridiculous. When I first asked people about that, you're not upset by my edits. Why would you possibly be upset by... I'm thinking of more of the other people, Brad, rather than you. I don't think... You're still happy with your pictures and your ballpoint pen drawings. The chord's horizontal, Brad. Because horizontal is a straight line. You can't have a straight line only being horizontal in the middle. That's not possible, is it? Who knows? Even Blue Marble called the entire chord line horizontal. But seems like Brad's not going with the official Blue Marble science narrative. ChatGPT says that Blue Marble's a science educator. And that's what he's doing here, Brad. Are you not... You're not taking the lesson from your shadow giants? Having a horizontal as a straight line. I think Brad does this because he's the only one that can do it. They have specialist people to do specialist topics. Well, Brad's the guy that likes to deny geometric facts. It takes a lot for people to be able to do this. Zero logic. So Brad's your man. So we've got Rumpus saying that nobody's ever doubted that water level establishes a horizontal. And we've got Blue Marble saying that the chord is horizontal. But I mean, it's a bit hard for a water level to establish a horizontal if the chord is the horizontal that the water level's establishing. It's funny that. Especially when it gets above over 33 feet. I was watching those big, the big waves. Some of those got to get over 33 feet, haven't they? And I've not heard anything back about Fight the Flat Earth as well. He's not wanting to have a chat about... I was trying to do the merits of the teaching children that level is horizontal. That Rumpus appears to say that nobody's ever contested. See what Fight the Flat Earth thinks of that sort of stuff. It has been worthwhile to know, right, that most people, including Brad, imagine the hump in the middle again. That's because both ends have to be level, and people understand that level is horizontal normally. Even these guys that have the globe, they just imagine the hump in the middle. The imagine hump. And I think it's Jesse Kozlowski that's given that to them. With this Lake Pontchartrain. Or it could it be Wallace that did it first? Who induced the Imagine hump? Oh, come on. There's nobody else going to talk about anything. I could be making a video, but working out how to graphically sort this out. But then nobody would ever bother about that either, because I think it's a little bit too much mind work. It sends people mad.
Yeah, I would say this is way too much for people. I mean, well, it pushes people over the edge.
Yeah. I don't want to do that to people as well. So it is better that everybody leaves rather than goes mad. I don't want to be responsible for driving people mad, but it's showing people reality and the trick that's already been played. I'm not tricking anyone with anything.
I will say though, I still can't believe nobody's taking on the RBD face. That
I think it's ECV.
Yeah.
It's all wrapped up in this straight line and perpendiculars. It's all so simple, but it's too much. It'll drive you mad. Unless you end up with ep or hate.
Yeah, I mean, I can see why though, because when you say drop, well, if you can measure it, Jesse says you can measure that, measurable, quote unquote. Well, then when you go to the end to measure it, I mean, then you look back and you get double drop.
Yeah, the
I can see why
infinite
it would
drop.
send people. Yeah, infinite drop. I can see why it would send people mad. I mean, that would. That's insanity. That'd be.
It's like the Aporia Canal, isn't it? But it's just like one straight.
Yeah, you go back and forth, but the aporia, the canal is. I mean, you could end up back at the same point doing a triangle, or even a square, and be like, "Wait a minute, hang on."
And meanwhile, there's no horizontal from point to point to reference or drop from. So how's that happen?
Blue said tonight that there is such a thing as a horizontal line.
The chord. But that induces the hump, doesn't it? It has to. If you have a chord, then you're talking about the hump, the vertical change from that chord line.
But if you have a vertical change from horizontal, then that's just an elevation change.
Yeah.
So wait a minute, a drop from a chord line?
No, a raise from the chord line. It's the hump, isn't it? It's the induced imagine hump.
What happened to the drop?
Yeah, I don't know. That's why I'm saying Rumpus. I thought it was very brave of Rumpus to look for the nutsack drop, right? Because he's going against all of these other things. He's trying to. It sounds. It's mathematical, right? Because it's easier to look for the use the full quadratic formula. You know, of the total distance. It's Billy Big Balls, really, isn't it? Not realizing that, you know, even when we did the realizing Euclid test, you've got to allow for the fact that, you know, the half distance would make it a quarter of the total drop in their mathematical model. You've got to allow for that. Well, that's what Wallace did. Not Rumpus, though. And I'm not sure that anybody else listening to it, they're aware of this contradiction between the two. They have to have both the drop and the hump existing on their model, but there's a quadratic formula difference, isn't there?
Yeah.
Double strop is stupid. There you go.
Yeah.
Who said that?
That's Brad. Yeah.
Oh, well,
it just shows you don't understand the globe, right? You need to understand it a bit more. Understanding insanity. Please.
The true globe.
Yeah, I don't think you understand what the double drop is, Brad. It works in double ways. Because I think if you have sloping horizontals, then you can't have the horizontal as being the shortest distance between the 2 points. That's their problem. Because you can't have the horizontal being both the tangent and the chord. It's an impossible problem. I think it should be the guys. I think these guys should be telling us about epoche. I can't see how they can hold these views. I think most people aren't aware of the contradictions that they're holding. And I don't think most people are willing to talk about it.
Is there? Do you know if there's a reason? Has anybody ever said that they have a reason why they call it a drop and not a slope?
I think we did hear slope earlier.
Sean G. If
Because I
curvature,
mean,
then slope.
if you ask anybody that like works with tools, you know, what would happen? Slope, they'd say it would.
Yeah, drop would be a measured elevation change. And I think you're Robius.
My Robius?
Yeah, you were.
How about now?
Yeah, go on. To be
And,
quick.
and then perhaps the double drop is stupid, but how can you not have a double drop? If you got a drop to one side, then you got water flow. Water in something that drops just to one side, or does it drop to both sides from both directions?
Yeah, that's
I
what
don't
the
know.
double drop is. It has to drop from both
Yeah.
sides, Brad. And we know it's stupid. It's absolutely ridiculous. Can you imagine a horizontal dropping in different ways from different locations?
Well, we've heard people talk about it being imagined. It's, oof. I tell you what, though, he can imagine it and he can text and be okay. It's a globe. You can have your double drop. Cite, you know, whatever as far as you want, and imagine that perspective is giving you all the answers. Then yeah.
Yeah. Well, I think they already imagined that Jesse Kozlowski's already given them it. Like in that video where he shows that picture. I think that's enough for people like Brad to be able to imagine that.
Yeah, maybe
the other side of the lake is that little bit lower from either side. From wherever you are, the other bit of water over there is that little bit lower. It's just a little bit. It has to be.
Well, what surprises me is when somebody.
Uh-oh.
Robotic.
Yeah, you are. You're roboted. Brad's captioned that picture. This shows the double drop. So if any of you people were wondering what Brad was talking about, please check out the drawing on the screen, and that should safely explain the double drop to you. I don't think anything else is needed for Brad. He doesn't need to come in and explain it. That's all a perfect representation of the double drop.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
It's he's got a tangent, some secants, 2 chords, couple radiuses.
All of that was done, you know, with like a bowl. No compass was used.
Seriously?
No compass
straight
used
edge?
in the making of that at all. You don't need a compass.
Boo.
Just need your biro.
I mean, I guess, whatever.
Are all of those chords horizontals, Brad? How many of those chords could be considered horizontal? The tangent. We know the tangent could be. But what about the one you've got E, AB, and E, AC? Why have you labelled A? Why have you got a line labelled AB? All of the other ones are just points, aren't they? It's got some double lettered.
He said earlier
points.
that what did he say earlier? That the horizontal is from H to I.
Yeah, that top in that one. But he did say that the chords.
That's not just one point, though.
Yeah.
He's got a bunch of different. He's saying a bunch of different things, like trying to cover all his bases. I think.
You've got to be contradictory, right? I think that's the secret to it.
It's a prerequisite.
Yeah. And then deny.
I mean, if
the contradictions.
If you say a bunch of different things and everything's right, then I guess you can't be wrong.
Yeah. Yeah, the best way is to constantly contradict yourself. Then whichever way it was, you can always say, that's what I said.
Yep. I know Blue does that a lot.
Yeah.
It's like the MO.
It's really weird that they send Brad in for this sort of work. I mean, he's like, he's the best that they've got.
Here of his own volition, I would say.
No, I think
Brad just falls into it.
I don't know who else they could send in, because, like you say, the disease of the learned ends up with, depression and all of that. I think they've got a specialist that's immune to that. I think that's what Brad is.
And so he says here, from F looking back to E, there is drop. From F? Where's F at on that?
F's under B. Like in the middle.
Okay. From
F,
F
looking back to E.
to E.
There's a drop. That looks like a... Let's drop looking that way. What?
Is that a chord that's going
What
up?
please
Oh,
don't
wow. That's just took
entertain
an extra level of fucking what?
please don't entertain this oh, this is bad. How does he
Wow.
has a chord line and he's saying from F looking back to E there's a drop, but he's got it as a chord line. And there's a hump, but he's saying Brad, like stop.
From
Or
E
He
looking
has
to
zero
F, there's a
contradiction.
drop, but also from F looking back to E, there's a drop.
He's drawn it as
It's
a
going to
chord
drop
line.
up. An up
Drop
drop.
up. Drop up. I like
Yeah.
that. Drop up.
Yeah, I have zero contradictions, says Brad the Science Guy. After just like saying that this is a drop and this looking back the other way is a drop. It's a double drop.
And double drops is stupid.
Yeah, yeah. This shows the double drop.
This is where I totally agree with Kevin, and he is the Black Knight. So I'll bite your leg off.
I think that's why I say I think he's a specialist. I don't think
What?
there's many people that can come in here and do what Brad's doing now. I think
Maybe. It's a good name, specialist.
Flatsoid debate. Did he really? Good. Two of the top celestial navigators. I mean, that's if I had to put the two best celestial navigators together, I would definitely go for Flatsoid. Lives in South Africa, you know, and Fight the Flat Earth, who lives in Scotland. There's much need for celestial navigation.
I have a hard time listening to people argue about something that they've never done practically. So
they're just arguing a taut argument. Backwards and forwards, circular. I'd say I really want to have a talk chat with Fight the Flat Earth about the merits of teaching children level is horizontal. Practical applications of stuff, especially nowadays. Welcome back, gods. Talking about specialist globers. What have we got? Double drop is stupid. Shows you don't understand the globe. This one. Oh, I've been through the double drop. It's stupid. This one. It shows the double drop. Stupid, right? Definitely stupid when you have to have the one that goes down being up and the up drop and the down drop, depending on which end of the line you're on. Yeah.
I have zero contradictions.
That just goes to show, right? There are people out there that cannot see a contradiction. And the only way you cannot see a contradiction is for having zero logic. Zero understanding of logic. That's why I think Brad is a specialist. Now, I don't know whether that's been prepared, whether he's been taught how to do this, or whether this is just a natural inability to understand logic or process logic. Don't know. Could just be like a really low IQ. Really low. but I don't know how. I don't know how people could not have logic, but then again, I guess I'm coming from a logical understanding, and I assume, like everybody else does, that people are like you, and maybe it's just logic.
I think anymore too with education system and stuff like that, it just kind of like harbors illogical. Yeah, I mean, you basically just have to memorize and regurgitate. You know, if you can memorize and regurgitate, you can function in society.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm guessing if there's... I do have the feeling that there's sort of automated drones, though, pre-programmed. It's whether you actually accept the programming or whether... I don't know. I think the lost tools of the learning with the trivium, it's got to help kids. It's got to help adults as well. It helps anyone, really, of any age to be able to... I don't know. Think for yourself. Critical thinking. Like ChatGPT says. That's what we do here. 0 contradictions for Brad. It's because Brad can't see a contradiction. But it's not us that are not understanding, Brad. We definitely understand logic, and through our understanding of logic, we can see contradictions. It's just unfortunate that you can't see it. It's not because you can understand something to rid yourself of a contradiction, unfortunately. If you want to come in and explain to us how it's not a contradiction, it obviously is a contradiction, but if you want to try and explain to us why you don't think it's a contradiction, the very fact that you're contradicting yourself. I don't know. I really don't know how to help. I don't think you can. I think we've said for quite a bit ago, certain people you can't, like, once you realise that you've talked to them and they're just not gonna, I don't think they can process logic.
Oh, I don't know. I think that's like a year and a half ago. If he had posted that and typed that in, that would be like meme time. But now it's just kind of like,
It's sad, really.
From F looking back to E, there's a drop, but it's a chord.
Yeah. A drop of what? Like, what's drops?
I have 0 contradictions. I kind of feel bad, but you know, hey.
I think Brad has been taught a paralogism, and whoever sent Brad over here is using Brad through Brad's ability to not comprehend logic.
Well, here's the thing. Okay, I'll name...
Brad wants you to name one contradiction.
I will name one. Okay, H to I. Didn't he say that was horizontal?
He did, yes.
Okay, E is at that perpendicular, you know, where the A is. He's got E at the same, you know, right there at that perpendicular of A, like AD, HI. There's a you know, perpendicular there. So E's at that point. Okay. H to I is horizontal. This is glaring contradiction. F to E, there's a drop. Go.
A drop from the horizontal, right? So
No, wait.
HI is horizontal.
HI is horizontal.
Yeah.
But he's saying F to E, there's a drop. But HI is horizontal and E is at the point of perpendicularity.
Mm-hmm.
So that's just a glaring. I mean, I named one.
F looking back to E cannot be a drop from the horizontal that is HI because you're getting closer to it.
You can't have, if you've labeled HI as horizontal, you can't have F being lower, looking back at E, saying it's a drop. Well, if you have a horizontal at F, it'd be parallel with HI.
You would need to add a horizontal at F. Isn't F horizontal anyway? Aren't all points horizontal?
Yeah, well, that's, yeah, right.
Isn't that a contradiction, Brad?
I mean, I think we're naming like a few contradictions here. I think it keeps adding up, but he thinks he has
You
zero.
can't see a contradiction. That's your problem, Brad. You've been used for your inability to comprehend logic.
I like the Mark Twain quote because just about everybody likes Mark Twain. I mean, who doesn't like Tom Sawyer, Huckleberry Finn?
I was just going to say, Brad should come in when we're doing the Hillsdale College stuff.
Nah.
It would probably do him some good.
I love your optimism, Rob.
They think it's
I am ever the optimist.
Hey, good. Yeah, it's not a bad thing.
No.
I think one of these things is
everything's gonna be all right.
Yeah,
so y'all know.
I want to help.
Everything's gonna be all right.
Definitely want to help Brad. I'm not here to laugh at him or anything.
I don't think we've laughed, have we?
No.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
I'm saying I
would
genuinely want to be able to try and help Brad, but I think he can't see contradictions. There's something stopping him from being able to see a contradiction because there's obviously many contradictions there.
I mean, there's a name for it. It means veiled. He's put his own blinders on. Blinkers. Is that what it's called?
Yeah, I think he's being used. I think Brad has been trained to not apply any logic to anything ever.
I mean, that would beg the question: does Brad even?
They don't work like that at all, Brad.
No.
The contradiction.
Yes.
They work by being perpendicular to vertical, not by not being perpendicular to vertical. Yeah,
I'm sorry you feel like this, Brad, but your inability to explain the fiction in your mind is very familiar. From A, there is a drop, and from C looking back to A, there is a drop. Double drop. The stupid thing that he said earlier, he's just literally gone with. He just said that it's your inability to understand it that's stupid, not the fact that it is it. You'll never get it. No, because it's a contradiction, Brad. You can't just dismiss contradictions like that.
When it comes to conversations like this, I always go back to the conversation we had with Sean, or I had with Sean G. And we walked through that drop thing that they think happens. That can you have a horizontal line? I mean, Blue says yes. We've heard it's a point, but Blue says there's a horizontal line. Well, if you agree that you can, extend it, and then it says that level drops away. This was Sean G. was like, okay, if you can measure it, then shoot back. And then he gave the illustration, was what I was trying to get to. Is he gave the illustration of what would happen if you had a horizontal and a water level, measured the drop, and then would shoot back. That's why I posted that earlier. But those conversations, can only be had, vocally, some visually, of course, but Brad's just full on globe mode.
To point out to Andrew in the chat as well that physical properties of water allow us to establish a horizontal plane of reference. From that, we can measure elevation changes.
Yeah, zero pressure state. Yeah.
So we know that the Earth isn't an overall level. That's the point.
Well, that's the whole thing. Like, every person that does any type of excavating knows that 99.9% of the time you have to grade, and you have to use a level to find out how to grade that land. It's not flat.
And the land isn't level either.
That's what I'm saying. Like the land, like you have to use a level to know how much of the land to grade to get it level. Like,
to make it level, right? It's a thing you have to do. That's why, Andrew, I've been saying all along, the Earth is not flat. But, level is horizontal. Nothing to do with the land. Just level being horizontal. That's the thing that you can prove. And that's got nothing to do with the Earth. Because it's always established above the Earth. You can reference the Earth to it, but it's got nothing to do with that. It's a more mathematical principles. Brad's showing the somebody who's measured the equipotential angle of adjustment.
Oh, does it have line of sight labeled on it? Please tell me it does.
Yeah.
Oh, visual line of sight. Nice.
And he's got the two horizontals there. He's got all the calculations to measure the equipotential angle of adjustment.
Oh, wow.
Mm-hmm. It's been there all along. That's some Jesse Kozlowski stuff. It's even got a logical statement at the bottom.
Half a mile line of sight. That's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
That's like even further. That's like 2,000 something feet.
Mm-hmm.
Nice. I mean, they post that without, like, he's posting that blindly.
It's a paralogism to him, right? Somebody's handed that to him.
Yeah.
He knows nothing about what it is.
Never could explain how that is applied practically. I would be, well, I'm assuming that. I'm assuming that.
Well, there's
But just because of the fact that I've never heard anybody else explain it practically. Me personally.
They've got at the bottom, you know, cosine and sine.
Mm-hmm.
They're Euclidean functions of a circle and a triangle within the circle, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, at the bottom it says if O angle is the Earth central angle of the arc between 2 points, then, so there's an if then in that.
Yeah.
Now, you know what we've been going over with Francis Bacon and all of that sort of stuff, right?
Mm.
There's no such thing as deductive logic, yet there it is, right on that thing that Brad's given to us. There's a Euclidean, deductive, logical, mathematical statement.
This
It's risky, that, isn't it?
Yeah, it reeks of
Risky.
stolen concept. Yeah.
And like somebody like Brad that understands nothing about this is wielding this as a picture, you know, to hand out as some sort of citation of something. Yet he knows absolutely nothing about either the logic or the mathematics that he's dealing with.
Pass on the paralogism.
Mm-hmm. Don't take on paralogisms that people hand to you.
Yeah. Choose up a hey, step back, have a think, try thinking.
I'm not actually getting at you, Brad. I do want to help you. I know you've been over here. You've been trying to help, trying to find Slice Barcane to do the water level test. You want to find your own proof. Can you remember the conversations that Brad used to come in here for when he was trying to search and find his own proof of the water level and stuff? None of the ballers or globers would ever help him.
Oh no, Red. I think try thinking great again would be better. Save America. Try thinking great again.
Well, Andrew, you've got to know that there's tides and waves. So that's not level. I mean, it's fine if you say, well, overall what? Disregarding the waves and tides and all of those different frequency waves that there are.
It's definitely not level. That's why we have a mean sea level, because it changes. And you can't say the means are the same for each place, because they're not. Level does have some pitfalls, right, from what people imagine it is. As long as everybody's clear on what level is, and when you're saying you think something is level, then you have to understand that you measure elevation changes from it. So one level at one level isn't the same as another level at another level. It's not the same level, but level is still the same. Actual level is horizontal and provable. It's a very strange argument, I think, that people have been led into. The vacuous statement. And a vacuous statement is something that doesn't really mean anything.
Well, yeah. The vacuous statement, though, is it's riddled with, you say something but just don't look. You know, don't peer behind the curtain. Don't open the door. But just believe me. Like the image, yeah, the image he posted. It's like, here's an image. Just believe it. That's what happens.
People have been handed paralogisms as proofs, but I guess when you know there are no proofs, then any sort of vacuous statements could be taken on to fill the gap, right? There's a void that's left from you not actually having any proof. You've got to fill it somehow.
I still can't get past him asking for one contradiction, and he never replied to any of them. But just like named one, like two or three others popped up, and then the obvious one that you'd have to beg the question that from E to F is horizontal, that there's a hump and he's looking down. Doesn't want to. Yeah. Crazy.
Oh, Andrew is a bricklayer. Yeah, I'm not trying to have a go at you, Andrew. I'm just saying that the argument that has been taught by a lot of people are vacuous statements. So that one, by saying it's a level earth, that's a vacuous statement. Level is horizontal. I mean, that's a statement that you could make, but to saying it's a level earth is not an accurate statement. It's a vacuous statement. Level is level wherever you are, but that doesn't mean that it's level. All of it's level, because it's not. There's elevation changes. I don't know what you've talked to them about, Tim. In fact, I could have just talked to me dad. It's not. There's nothing there. I don't know what you're saying to them, Tim. I think
J-Roy, we went over we went over the blue and the internal tangent chord plane. He just imagines that all horizontals everywhere. I think he gave his mind away, you know, like to say that the tangent is a chord and the thing in between is also straight. People who are obsessed with straight lines that can't deal with the fact that that's how you deal in stuff. Yeah. Well, Andrew, here's the interesting part, right? You know what you think about the land and all of that sort of stuff, but can you prove that level is horizontal? Because there are other people that say it isn't. Forget about the land. Can you find a way to prove something that you assume you know? Because that's where it's at. That's the first principles where we've been. It's okay knowing something, but if it's been handed to you as a paralogism, unless you can actually prove it to yourself, then what have you got? Can you prove that level is horizontal to yourself? I think some people would say nowadays that if you have a horizontal as being a line, then you could be considered a flat earther. Hmm. How does water tell you it's level and horizontal? Because the sea rises vertically. It changes on a vertical scale. It's called the vertical datum. How does the water level changing on a vertical datum tell you that it's horizontal? That's interesting, that, isn't it? It's a good one. Yeah, nobody's ever going to come in, gods. It's going to be up to people like us that want to be able to solidify proofs, because we've done a good job. We've rid the trolls. We've got rid of them. We're not talking about fantasy models. We're just talking about reality. So that's why there's not many people here. I hope here's Rumpus back again.
No way.
Yeah.
Oh, it's gotta be
Oh, he's
soccer again.
chasing Godzilla. Well done, Gods. Big draw. Bev senses diagrams. No, it's the gratuitous globe science, Rumpus. I don't know whether you were here to see that. I don't wish it on anyone. Rumpus is getting his video together. Spent 2 years making it. He's had the footage for 2 years. And he's still not managed. He's going to be like a Hollywood production.
2 years.
That's what he claims. He's had the auto level footage and all of his footage for the Bedford thing. He's got footage of how he made his poles and his sticks and stuff. I don't know what sort of pictures Rumpus has got. Does anybody think Rumpus has got pictures? We can't give him the rights to post videos, can we? He can post pictures. You can, Rumpus. Everybody knows that Rumpus can still post pictures, just not video, live streaming videos. In fact, how many people are in the live stream here that can actually live stream? I bet there's few people that can't. Rumpus says he won't come in because of that. Miss You can't. No Rag can't. I don't know whether Mobius. There's quite a few people. Don't feel left out, Rumpus. We don't want people coming in of a nighttime broadcasting stuff onto the channel. Don't feel bad. But good to see you back, Rumpus. Good to see you chatting with Gods as well. Here we go. Nobody has any presentations, Rumpus. It's good to see. That's the reason why Rumpus is doing it. So go. Blue Marble doesn't censor anything. Go over there and give Blue Marble a bit of content, Rumpus. Give your mate, help your mate out. Or maybe even over there at Geo's. Anybody. Tartaria, I'm pretty sure Tartaria will let you do your presentation. Everybody's keen to see your presentation of your videos and all of that, Rumpus. And if you can't do it here, then I think you would help out Blue Marble most. You need a bit of practice, Rumpus, for when you sort your stuff out. Are we doing your Bedford? Are we doing that this year? What opponents, Rumpus? Surely you're not an opponent of level being horizontal, are you? How could you be an opponent of logic, reasoning, critical thinking? Rumpus, are you sure this is the stance you want to be able to take?
Oh, don't think so. Could be, though. I mean, he could try.
You put your video out, Rumpus, and we'll go over it. No censoring it. We'll review it. Have you got some stuff ready? When will you be doing Rect? Yeah, when? When are you doing Rect first before you start doing videos on it? Everybody's keen to know when, Rumpus. We thought you'd gone missing. We thought you'd done a Jesse Kozlowski, to be honest. I did, anyway. I still think you might do. This is what Jesse Kozlowski did just before he disappeared for good. There's no difference between level and horizontal, Rumpus. A level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference. Should happen within 2 months. Hey.
What?
Yeah.
He got the team together.
He's had the footage for 2 years. He's got the team, how many? 13?
Got the band back together.
What? You're going to be doing videos on the shape of the Earth? Wow. Rumpus is going big time.
I'd say the Earth changes shapes all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Just me.
Rumpus is always on the go. He's like a wheeler dealer. Right, he's always got his fingers in different pies. I mean, why did you not go and redo the Wallace, Rumpus? Why did you decide to ditch the Wallace method for the hump and revert to the nutsack drop? Why did you go for the big one, big nutsack drop? That's one of the questions that I'd have to ask, I think. What made you feel like you were capable of doing something that nobody else had even imagined to do before? What made you shirk the old ways of the Wallace and, the old hump? What made you think, I know, I'll go for measuring it all dropping? And do you think that the straight line between A and B could possibly be horizontal? And then if you think it could be possibly horizontal, then could that horizontal be parallel to a chord, an imagined chord? Rumpus. Conflate the tool with the adjective. No.
A level, Rumpus, a level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference. It doesn't establish a level. The level's the tool. I think some people have been confused by level as to what it is. You can't recall whether Wallace tested drop or hump? George. Oh, so you're not going for Wallace, you're going for the George nutsack method. That's why you're looking for the nutsack drop, the full nutsack drop. So you're going, I see now. Rumpus has fallen on the school of George Nutsack. God rest his soul. Sort of like Plato and Aristotle. We've got George and Rumpus. He's just following in George's footsteps. You want me to get? I've got the thingy here. If you've never seen it, Rumpus, I'll put it in the chat so you can see. I'm gonna be getting to some people to see what we can do, because that's obviously wrong, right, Rumpus? That needs changing. The older higher in the center. I mean, that can't be right, can it? You need to have drop. I know you've always said, Rumpus, I don't know whether you heard that earlier, where you said that nobody's contested that water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal. Rumpus. That was your quote. I don't know whether it was exactly like that. Horizontal is a plane. That's good. So it's not just a point, it's a plane. It's a good start, Rumpus. It's a good start. You best have a word with flatearth.ws, Rumpus. You can't say it's wrong. That's what they've got for Wallace. How would you do yours, Rumpus? Because I think that's the one that's missing. Because it does just say it's the Bedford test. We could put in 2023, Rumpus went for the full nutsack drop, which is different than that again. And we could get, I think we should get Wally to draw us an elevation profile for Rumpus and get it on that Bedford thing with flatearth.ws. You deserve it, Rumpus. You put a lot of work in, we know. And it's not fair that people censor your diagrams and your videos and stuff. I mean, you've been trying to get those videos out for 2 years. Nobody's allowed you to do it. It's a shame. any line is horizontal at one point. It's just finding which one.
Wait. I thought blue was number 2. I figured Rumpus told blue to say that you can have a horizontal line. Is blue number? Didn't blue say that you could have a horizontal line?
Blue said, yeah, Chord.
So is blue's number 1?
Well, Rumpus is the one that said that water level establishes a horizontal, and nobody contests that. But he didn't say 2 horizontals or as many horizontals as you have connective vessels.
Communicating vessels.
Communicating, yeah, that's the one. Any line is a horizontal at one point. The line between 2 posts of a water level is a horizontal for the midpoint between the 2 parts. It's not exactly horizontal at either part. Why did you say that? You said, Rumpus. I've got a quote of you saying that it's never been contested. There he goes again. Ad hominem. You're an embarrassment, Rumpus. But I mean, I suppose you are a bit better than Brad. Did you come to save Brad? Horizontal at the midpoint. Any line you may choose, including vertical, is horizontal for some other point. What? You heard it here first, people.
Make of it what you will.
Yeah. The exploded mind makes it again. Here we are. Rumpus says, "Oh, God, you are a moron. Any line you may choose, any line, right? Pick a line, any line, right? Any line you may choose, including vertical, right? So any line is horizontal for some other point." Rumpus 2023. That's a vacuous statement, right?
Yeah.
It gets better and better, this.
Yeah, keep it coming, guys.
Yeah, come on, Rumpus. Yeah, you've been away for a while. Like you've been saving it all up, Rumpus. Get it out. Come on. Oh, come on. I think you got stuck. There you go. Rumpus says, "It has never been contested that the line between the 2 points is a horizontal. The line between the 2 points is a horizontal. The questions is, for what point is it horizontal? But the line's horizontal." That's a contradiction, Rumpus. You've contradicted yourself. It has never been contested that the line between 2 points is a horizontal. The questions is for what point is it horizontal? And it is horizontal for the midpoint between the two parts. So the line that is horizontal at the center point. Hardly surprising, because the line is horizontal.
Well, maybe he's just denying physics. That could be it.
Yeah, wait. I think he's just confused, right? Of course, if you have a horizontal line, that any point is horizontal, including the center point, right? It's on a horizontal line.
Well, if it's at the center point of two ends, then okay.
It's even, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's a very understanding of like the center point and the diameter.
Yeah. So you set up a water level. From the center point, from end to end, the center point, you got a horizontal. No problem.
Yeah, the whole line. But if
Yeah.
you wanted to check that center point was horizontal, then you definitely do that to make sure everything's working.
Oh, you just just tap in a middle. You just put in that middle riser, tap it in.
Yeah, it's hardly surprising, right, to find out that the entire horizontal line is horizontal. All of the points along a horizontal line will be horizontal, as in level, in reference to any one of the other points anywhere else on that line. Neither higher nor lower. Even representation from between the two ends. It's what makes it a straight line, or just a line. I don't know why you're dealing with a water level anyway, Rumpus. Your test got nothing to do with the water level, has it?
Just optics.
You're doing flags.
Yeah, flags at a distance.
The only measuring to do with the water is to him to measure back to the water once he's lifted his flag up. Don't mock Tony Mobius. You know he's got problems. It is horizontal at A and C as well. Anywhere. Any line. Don't forget that any line can be referenced to be horizontal at another point. That's any line that is actually horizontal. You can mentally picture another point in space somewhere else, and that point in space existing means that the vertical line that you have might be horizontal somehow in relation to some other point somewhere else, right? If you can imagine putting your mind in that position, then you could go and help Rumpus. Rumpus is going to do a dark shark.
No.
I think, yeah, I do. I think this is because he doesn't actually know what a two-peg test is.
I think it's. I think he doesn't understand perspective, but
It's going to use a water level to verify an auto level. That's because a water level establishes a horizontal plane of reference, and an auto level establishes a horizontal plane of reference. So you can verify one with the other. Well, let's say you can verify the auto level is calibrated with a water level. You cannot verify a water level with an auto level. Doesn't work like that. I'm hoping we're getting this recorded, all of this. Thanks very much. We got a nice ad hom.
What's with the pots?
Yeah,
P-O-T-S.
he means the communicating vessels, but he's
Pots,
always
I
called
forgot
them
about
pots.
that. Yeah.
That's
I
just
forgot about the pots.
Rumpus. It's like you know, like an autist. They get stuck on a certain thing and they can't let it go. Well, that's one of Rumpus's things.
Oh, I thought it was like a thermistor or something.
Check this one out. Rumpus says, the line between two pots of a water level is not horizontal for either pot. It's only horizontal for the midpoint.
Does Rumpus not know that a water level tool, the ends of a water level tool are movable?
It's a horizontal
which
plane,
changes
isn't
where
it?
a midpoint would be.
Yeah.
Does he not understand that? Is he that, like, I don't want to say, you know, be too harsh, but holy
Model
cow.
afflicted. Model afflicted. Yeah, he is awfully model afflicted. The dogmatic model as well, unfortunately. He can't help it. There's a lot of people, and there's a lot of people that he's sort of like working for, right? There's a lot of people that rely on Rumpus and his ability to prove the globe.
It's like Blue with his misunderstanding of an extendable carpenter's level.
Well, that's because you could take a water level and put the ends of the tube together and then just stretch them out.
Yeah.
Same as a carpenter's level. You have that little extension. You just extend it out. ECV.
Yeah, you could move one end of the water level to where the middle of it was before.
Yeah. Yeah.
But then would that move the middle?
But it's the same level.
Yeah.
It's
like we
baffling.
do have a realizing Euclid test that's built on that very logical understanding of how what you've just expressed works. You just check them and reference them towards each other at the same time. Pretty easy.
People
All I
like
want to
rumpus
know is
can't
what's
see
a
it.
pot?
Well, it would be the vessel of the communicating vessels.
The pots?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And
Okay.
there's a law of communicating vessels, but they don't like to talk about that. They just like to talk about vacuous statements.
They're old pesky laws, right?
Oh yeah,
That's
it's
old
antiquated.
science laws.
Antiquated.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, the stuff that doesn't work anymore.
Yeah, I mean, who would ever use geometric principles based on physics or physics based on geometric principles and use that in reality? Who would do that?
Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
Who'd think that mathematics actually applied to reality in any way?
Yeah, I mean, what? What?
You get your ad homs out, Rumpus. Come on. You've been away for a while. I'm sure.
Can you plant?
Go on.
Can you plant stuff in those pots?
I mean, yeah, you could. You could call it hydroponics, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, rumpus. Yes, each end of the water level is used to measure where the level is, and they're movable.
Yeah,
How do you
and
not know
when
this?
you do move it, then the midpoint moves and the horizontal moves.
This is what I loved about this
Goodness.
group, and like coming here and learning and like finding these old antiquated tools and then using them and going, oh my God, like it actually made doing certain things easier. Like a water level, like there was a company that was modern, made of this water level, and I was able to build something practically, but it had nothing based on the midpoint of it. It was using
Your water level has a static one end. You move around with the other one.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. It has the reservoir, and the other end has the measuring rod on it. You can zero it out for wherever what you need for the zero.
Rumpus
and then you
says
move
the
that end
horizontal moves depending on where you move to.
Yeah.
Oh, brother.
Seriously.
But nothing. But
so that's how you're able to like make a rigid structure. I mean, he has no idea what he's talking about.
No idea.
No practical knowledge at all.
No, exactly. Yes. Agreed.
Rumpus is one of the, like, he's imagined that he's one of the geniuses within this. And there are a lot of people that rely on Rumpus to be able to do what Rumpus does. I personally think he's an embarrassment because he's gone against the Wallace method. Right? He's talking obvious bullshit. And the fact that
like you
they
said,
don't know.
A lot of people look up to him. I mean, Brad called him the king.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, he's handed out the paralogisms, and there's a lot of people that probably would be upset about him because they're not aware of the sort of stuff that Rumpus is introducing.
Are you saying that the drop is less adventurous than seeking the hump?
I'm saying that the drop and using the quadratic formula means that you necessarily expose an impossible mathematical structure to your bullshit. Right? You're literally telling people how ridiculous the model is. They could at least hide it within the Wallace one, because then at least they have level at either end. Right? It's just an imagined hump, an imagi hump.
But Jesse Kozlowski and Rumpus are exposing the whole thing. It's literally, it's impossible what they say. And you have to go, well, it has to be on a globe, so therefore I have to accept the impossible. That's the position that they're in.
Like Brad earlier said, the double drop is stupid, and then proceeded to show us how it's done.
Well, he asked for contradictions, and we showed like 2 or 3. Never a response, because in text you can just like not respond.
Ignore it. Yeah.
They did respond though, right? Rumpus is here.
Well, yeah, duh.
He's even getting like praying. I really do hope you become the savior that everybody thinks that you are, Rumpus, or that you think you are. I hope it works out well for you, Rumpus. And I hope that you can explain to people exactly why you are going against Wallace. Why you're overriding these established globe proofs that are meant to have been there. Ridiculous as well, but imagine your best mate Blue. He's got a hump. Jesse Kozlowski's got the hump on the bridge. Why did they not go for the drop? So, what's this one? Jesus, says Rumpus. I don't think he's religious. But
Could be.
Yeah, he could be, yeah. The panel has no idea about simple geometry. Really. And have not read any surveying literature. You guys really ought to read surveying books. They're not that exciting. You will be shocked, morons.
So no response to
the
other things, yeah.
Rumpus, this latest one is sort of on a meltdown now. Try thinking. Simple geometry is beyond you. A child could understand the issues. You are a charlatan and a fraud. You pontificate about surveying, but have never read any book on the subject. Strange that, Rumpus, because I do have a land surveying certificate up on the wall, and you'd imagine that's pretty hard. But in saying that, surveying is 95% practical. But I guess you'd only know that if you've ever studied any of it, Rumpus, wouldn't you? And I don't think you have. Uh-oh, Robius. Yeah, still Robius. Blue, Jesse and I are all in complete agreement. They've run off. Rumpus, unable to talk about it. Your methods are illogical, i.e. not mathematical. It's impossible for you to do any of your claims.
Am I still roboting?
No, I think you're back.
I was just saying, remember, this is all coming from a guy who says he's going to use a water level tool in his rect thing. And he doesn't know that you can move the ends of a water level to establish the same horizontal.
Mobius. A child could understand this.
I know.
Which I mean, I agree with. I would say I could show this to a child and they would pick up pretty quickly.
That's what I'd like to debate, like the flat Earth, Rumpus.
You know, the Bunyip tool, I think it's called a Bunyip.
Yeah.
Is a water level tool. It's a kind of a configuration of the water level tool. Same principles. And the Egyptians used these, which was previous to the ancient Greeks, supposedly, right? A lot of the ancient Greek philosophers got a lot of their knowledge from Egypt and from Sumeria and from all these other places. People who were using these practical tools in reality for however long. So it's just, it's just funny how
I think Bunyip is like the Australian way of cobbling things together using minimal things, right? So but it's a Bunyip tool because all you need is water and a tube. You know, it's as basic as you could possibly get.
So the tool that I'm talking about, the one with the meter sticks or the yardsticks on either end, and then you can, calculate your different rise or run.
Yeah.
Rise over run.
Yeah, it's
so long
like,
as they're
like Buster's, the one with the measuring rod on it.
That's what I was gonna say.
Yeah, but it's like you can move both ends, and still, you got to move one at a time in order to establish the same level on that particular tool. And that would be kind of like the one with the stationary tub, where it's got the outlet of the tube. Yeah.
Yeah, he just
if he's in
related to our
agreement,
end.
I was gonna say, if he's in agreement with Jesse, right? So Rumpus, there should be a hump in the middle there as well, no?
No, what? No, he says it's horizontal at the midpoint. So why? Okay, why not? Why hasn't someone devised a tool to find out where that midpoint is? Why is my tool establishing it from one end?
No. Jesse's Blue Marble has talked to Jesse about that bridge, right? He was in conversation with Jesse, at least that's what he said. And he wouldn't have said that the chord line was horizontal if Jesse hadn't have told him that the chord line was horizontal. Right? You have to measure above the chord line. Like he said, Jesse measured from the chord line upwards to measure the hump.
Mm-hmm.
That's what Blue said, right? He'd been talking to Jesse. And like Rumpus says, they're all in complete agreement, apart from the fact that Rumpus is looking for the drop, not the hump, like Jesse was.
Yeah, and I got first-hand account info.
Yeah.
Soundly told me that there's a hump, a 90-foot hump of water.
There you go. Not a drop. I mean, a hump isn't a drop, is it? You can't have a drop hump.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I think they're in, well, like they say, they're in agreement, but it seems to be they're in agreement about the contradictions that they're holding. But Rumpus will be able to sort that out when he goes over and does his videos. I'm pretty sure he'll have to cover all of the contradictions.
Yep, it's a definite hump in the Lake Pontchartrain, Lake Rakia. So, I mean, Rumpus, I mean, if you're in agreement with them, then that means there's a hump in the
Bedford.
in the Bedford. Yeah.
No, I think that might be UK. I think it may be different for America. I don't know.
Well, you got
Maybe.
no hump? You got
Well,
no
yeah.
humps in the UK?
Maybe related to latitude or something. I mean, who knows? Rumpus will explain it all, though, whenever he does his videos and stuff. He's going to do a load of globe stuff first, right? He did say that. He's going to make some globe videos first as a warm-up. So he might do that, right? Why there's a difference between America, who have the hump over Lake Pontchartrain, and where he has the drop. I mean, I don't know where he's measuring the drop from, to be honest. Is he measuring it from the bridge halfway along there?
Well, he told us.
Yeah.
Yesterday.
Who did?
Or was it the day before? From either end, he said.
Rumpus?
Yeah.
No, Rumpus is only doing one way. He's not doing reciprocal like we did. It's too much
No, he's
hassle
doing
for
one way,
Rumpus
but
to do, yeah.
But I did ask him what it would be like if you measured it from the other, and he said the same thing, if I recall correctly.
Oh, that's what he said, right? But he's not actually doing it. He can't. He can't have his poles working both ways. In fact, he can. Yeah, he's got loads of poles, hasn't he? He should be able to do it both ways, reciprocal.
Yeah.
Or he might need another man on an auto level, though, at the other end. I mean, how could Rumpus possibly keep all of the cameramen going in his director's chair if he has to be at both ends directing the stuff? It'd be a bit hard, that. Yeah, Mike, I'm with you. I don't think Rumpus could possibly do reciprocal.
Is that what he wants the two-way radios for?
I think he wants the two-way radios because the cell phone don't work when you go in the dip across the the land when you're a bit away from the. Or maybe his thermistor array thing, and he can get the BBC to bring in the Wi-Fi truck.
I was just gonna say he wants to keep in constant in touch with the BBC, just in case the shots are out of line,
We went down to the sluice gate. You can see it in the. I'll put the GIF up again. So you're in the GIF. As you're passing past that sluice gate, you can see me in Spot On at the sluice gate on the side. I've got a little yellow hat on, and Spot On's. So we're down there, and when you are down there, you can't get a signal. Literally 100 yards away from the bridge.
Oh, that's a nice zoom there. Yeah.
Yeah, take that one. Get that GIF shared out.
Absolutely.
I should have put P1000 on it, shouldn't I? Yeah, that's 6 miles.
Nice.
Has nobody come forward and shown some calculations?
No, not one elevation profile of that canal yet.
They've got all the evidence right there. I mean, that's not just a picture. That's a video.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to give them a bit of time, right, for the picture measure. I mean, they've got to pick which point they're going to put the ruler on the TV screen, haven't they?
Oh, man, please put a ruler on the picture. I'm just joking. Kind of.
While the camera's zooming in. Look here.
Yeah.
Oh wait, look here. No. Oh wait, it's moving. Hold on a second.
Wait, we'll pause it, put the ruler on it, then take the ruler
Pause
off.
it. Yeah.
Let it zoom, put the ruler back on it, do it again. Surely Rumpus wouldn't do something as foolish as put it in a ruler on a picture.
I'd say for Rumpus, if you want to pick a point midway, right, and where would you say the highest point of the water is, from one end to the other?
That's a pretty good question. I mean, that's a canal.
Yeah. It's got to be horizontal at some point, right? There's got to be at least a point on it that is horizontal. Surely Rumpus would be able to. I find the best way of doing that is to do an elevation profile. Then you can point to the horizontal point, can't you?
Measure equal distances. Yeah.
Oh.
Just divide the distance in half, and there's your horizontal.
Yeah. To put a bridge at one end.
Easy.
A bridge at the other end.
I think Rumpus has been hiding because he's scared of sighting to a plumb bob. Personally, bringing the pictures out of the Bedford just got him interest peaked again, but I think he'd be super scared of sighting to a plumb bob.
I was talking to Blue Marble this morning about, how you invalidate the tool by putting a camera on it, right? And he was basically saying I was only saying that because it proved globe. And I had to say, no. I'm pretty sure I must have said every time I ever did it, putting a camera on an auto level is not surveying. But it does help people understand what you sort of see through the optics of an auto level. In fact, I think I've even said you can zoom it better than you can with your eye by using a camera.
You can't zoom with your eye, but you can focus with it. So the lens of a camera is built the same as your eye. For the 99.95% of cameras are made to mimic the eye as far as how you see. So yeah, like if you put a camera on the auto level, it gives you an idea of what you would see through that scope.
But it's not surveying.
No,
Blue Marble thinks you can actually use it by putting a ruler on a picture. He thinks that's an actual surveying procedure.
But if that was the case, then an actual surveyor that's licensed would never have to go out in the field. He could hire 2 Joe Blows to put a camera on an auto level and take pictures, send them back to my office. I'm not going out there in the middle of nowhere.
Do it from Google Street Map. You could, like Chaiki. Can you imagine Chaiki with Google Street? He could survey everything.
Oh, maybe. I don't know. Whew. That'd be a lot to take on, but maybe you could.
Yeah. You could literally do on-call street surveying. As long as you've got a scale ruler, you'd be fine.
Oh, wow.
Possibilities are endless, right? How many globe proofs are there out there if you've got a Google Street Map card?
You'd never have to leave your desk if you wanted to give somebody their, what's it called? The land that they own. Just go out and give them their the landmarks. You never have to leave your desk. Like you could just send any Joe Blow out there. Hey man, stick the camera on it this way. Here's your SOP, how to do it all. I'm not going out there. I'm just gonna sit at my desk and look at pictures that you send me. Reducto ad absurdum, for sure.
Is Rumpus gonna comment on the thing or not? Has he gone missing? It's a shame. I thought he might have commented to see how good how this sort of footage compares with the footage that he's had for a couple of years. Because I would have to say, I think this is the best footage that's ever been taken of Bedford.
Yeah, for sure. I would say if his was better, he definitely would be like, "Oh, I've got better."
He might have gone. Might have been bedtime, right? He might have had to have gone. Never mind. It's getting late. Thanks for coming, Rumpus. Thanks for coming, everyone. I know it's going to get tough, but what you're going to see is, coming very soon, the best arguments that have ever been made. Rock solid arguments, can't be beat. In fact, I would call them perfect arguments because they rely on deductive logic that's unbeatable. But these are going to be proofs for personal proofs. They're not going to be proofs that you can hand off to somebody else. It takes a little bit of work, mental work. Don't ever be put off by people telling you you're a moron, you don't understand stuff. This is going to be the lesson that comes out of all of this. No matter how long people have been saying that you don't know what you're talking about or whatever, don't worry about it. They're not right. And if you're after whatever sort of answers you want to get, just keep going until you get them for yourself. And sometimes nobody can give you those answers. You have to go and find them for yourself. Devise a way to find the answers that you want. It's a pity Rumpus hasn't talked to us about this, but we do have hours of footage of this. And I will have a discussion with the guys in the chat because I think my next test has already been decided, and I think we can have a few people come in on it. Okay, it's I'm gonna play this same song again. I don't know what's gone wrong with it. It was jumping a bit earlier, so I don't know whether that's Streamlabs or whatever. But we're gonna try it again. Thank you very much for watching. Join us again over the weekend. Come in Discord because it's always good stuff at the weekend. And we'll see you again for Model Affliction Monday. But the models have just been expanded. There's not just models of the Earth now. There's mind models of all sorts of different things. That's what we're going to be talking about. It's shown me no documents, Gods. Rumpus has got no documents. He could show us which book he's using and which passage out of which book that he's using rather than just telling people to read books. Okay, thank you very much. We will be back next week with some rock solid arguments. See you then.
Let me give you an analogy.
Find truth from things alone.
I have an idea in my mind. I have an idea in my mind that a triangle exists. The idea in my mind. But the angles of a triangle do not add up to 180 degrees. Think about it. I have an idea in my mind that a triangle exists. But the angles of a triangle do not add up to 180 degrees. What's the conclusion?
We are on the road, suspending judgment until the truth is known.
Think about it.
You will find peace within, in the midst of all these troubled souls.
I have an idea in my mind. What's the conclusion? You don't know what a triangle is. Or you're flat out contradicting yourself.
Advanced simplicity takes hold.
You're flat out contradicting yourself.
You'll find truth from things of old.
You don't know what a triangle is. Or you're flat out contradicting yourself. Just as it is necessary for a triangle to have 180 degrees. What's the conclusion? You don't know what a triangle is. Or you're flat out contradicting yourself. Think about it. It is necessary for a triangle to have 180 degrees. That is a necessary property of triangularity, triangleness.
We are on the road, suspending judgment until the truth is known.
Think about it.
You will find peace within, in the midst of all these troubled souls.
Therefore, the fool is in a self-contradiction. He violates the principle of non-contradiction.
There's no end game in mind.
Therefore, the fool
is only the truth that we seek to find.
Violates the principle of non-contradiction.
There's no end game in mind.
The fool
is only the truth that we seek to find.
Therefore, the fool is in a self-contradiction. He violates the principle of non-contradiction. He simultaneously says, I have an idea of God, and then I don't have an idea of God.
Everyone must see it for themselves. The truth is there for you to find.
Think about it.